20 issued on March 18th, 2020, Newport-Mesa board meetings will be closed to the public. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. I'm calling to order the special board meeting of 9/10/20 at 3:30 via teleconference. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
Here.
Trustee Yelsey?
Here.
Trustee Black?
Here.
Trustee Barto? Trustee Anderson?
Here.
Trustee Snell?
Here.
Trustee Matoye?
Here.
Mr. Lee Sung, Superintendent.
Here.
Adoption of the agenda. I'd like to make a couple of recommendations for adoption of the agenda. As most of you know, this is a special board meeting, and two items have come to our attention. In regards to comments, community comments at a special meeting are only supposed to be at the beginning of the agenda. However, we currently have, for closed session, and the breakdown is on 6A or 10. On closed session item 6B, we have 1. On discussion action item 7A, we have 156. And on discussion action item 7B, we have 116. With that, currently we have approximately 125 participants here for the closed session, and we have a greater number who participate at the regularly scheduled board meeting at 6 o'clock. So I am suggesting that we read, according to that, we read the closed session agenda items 6A and closed agenda items 6B, which is a total of 11. At this point in time, because this is a very important meeting, I'd like to only restrict it to 20 minutes, which would be 2 minutes per comment for all agenda items. This will allow a greater number of public at the regular scheduled meeting at 6 p.m. to hear the comments that are read on item 7A and 7B. So there were a total of 309 comments submitted. Also, it was randomized by the time submitted. On special closed agenda item, on special meetings, our association presidents do not have the ability to have a conversation or do input, nor do other individuals such as PTA or student board members. However, one student board member did request, so we have added him to the panelist. And President Tamara Fairbanks for NMFT did submit 2 comments, one for 7B and one for 7A. I apologize. They are so far down in the randomization that they will not be read at all. I know that you have read them, but I feel it's important have the opportunity to speak. So I will be moving those off of the item, and I will read them at the time that agenda item is on. I think it's just common courtesy to provide that opportunity for our association presidents. And if Pam Saunders, the president of CSEA, had submitted a comment, I would be doing the same thing with her. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. So I would like to move the public comments on items 7A and 7B to their appropriate place on the general agenda, and everything else remains the same, if that's all right with you.
Move adoption with the change in public comments for 7A and B.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Matoye and seconded by Trustee Yelsey. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Matoye?
Yes.
Okay.
And could I give a quick
Rosie, could just making sure you marked me present. I couldn't unmute because I have a construction site behind me.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Welcome, Trustee Barto. Okay, so we're moving on to community input. Trustee Black. You're on mute, Trustee Black.
Was off mute. I guess I hit it again, sorry. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the closed session agenda only. Each speaker has 3 minutes to address the board, and speakers may not cede unused time to other speakers. Per board policy 9323, there is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With the board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to speak. When addressing the board, it's helpful if you state your name and address for the video record. Great.
Okay, so we have 10 comments on item 6A. Again, I want to reiterate that it's a 2-minute with a maximum of 20 minutes on item 6A. Trustee Anderson?
Yes. The first comment is from Michael Bisse, B-I-S-E. In today's world, it is hard to find individuals that truly stand for something. Most resolve to give a half-assed attempt at things and move on. It may sound minor, but those of you elected to this board and role have the opportunity to take a stand and do the right thing for you and our children. Schools need to open, and kids, particularly K-12, need to get back to school. Private schools in this area are open, but public schools are not. This makes zero sense. Kids several houses apart receive vastly different levels of education. I've already paid for public schooling with my exorbitant tax dollars. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to send my kids to private school, but I shouldn't need to spend more if elected officials actually did the right thing instead of running scared from an issue that will inevitably be resolved via herd immunization. Get kids back in school and stop making this a political issue. Kids learn better in the classroom and need socialization. It is important for their development and maturation. I trust that you will make the right decision. Me, entrepreneur, single dad, son of 2 retired teachers.
Thank you. Trustee Barto?
I have Sylvia Thompson. You are hurting our kids more by staying closed, especially our special needs population. You have let kids and their families on IEPs and in special needs down. They are falling through the cracks and not being serviced. Distance learning is not effective for this population. They deserve better.
My community member is Michelle Erickson. Under the assumption that we will be returning to in-person instruction in a few weeks, have any considerations be given to a testing program for students? In the standards I can gather from the state and other sources, when there is one positive test in a class, the entire class will be required to quarantine for 14 days. Not to mention any staff that may have come in contact with the student. It seems that a couple positive tests could cripple an entire school's ability to effectively operate in person. Positive tests will happen. It is more important to consider how we will handle them. Is it possible to devise a plan for the entire class to be sent home and asked to get tested? Students can return to school with a negative test result. Test results are taking 2 to 3 days for results. Orange County Fairgrounds offers free testing. Why not utilize this valuable tool? It seems to make more sense to expedite getting kids back to class by offering executable plan for testing. Education and resources on testing are an invaluable tool for families in general. Everyone understands that this is perhaps one of the most challenging times in educational history. I am very disappointed to learn that the Max 16 model was scraped. I am not disappointed because of the model, but because the community is trusting you to devise a plan that you can actually execute and deliver that will keep our children safe. People are losing confidence in the district's ability to lead us through this difficult time. because it flip-flops on the plan. How could a plan ever be presented if you were not diligent enough to investigate if we can actually do it? This is not to say we will not have to make adjustments, but we are 3 weeks away from our children being possibly in school, and the community does not.
That is the end of the 2 minutes.
Thank you. I have DF. How much money did you spend on plastic walls, confusing floor dots and arrows, and why? Kids will be swapping masks, pencils, and lunches anyways because they are kids. What a waste of money and such a shame.
My comment is from Steve Hills. Please open up the schools now. Enough is enough.
Trustee Yelsey?
My comment is from Cynthia Blackwell. My questions can be for either 6A or 7A as they pertain to both areas. Number one, when a classroom has a positive case of COVID-19, will the teacher and other staff file a workers' compensation claim in order to have all of their medical expenses and time recovering covered by NMUSD? Number two, what safety procedures are in place now to protect all staff from COVID-19? Number three, when and by whom will the classrooms be sanitized between the AM and PM cohorts? Number four, will each school site have a full-time nurse? Number five, how often will everyone on campus have their temperature taken? Number six, have sinks been modified to provide warm water for hand washing? Number seven, what is the policy for drinking fountains and/or water being provided for all staff and students? Number eight, how will the bathrooms be supervised to ensure that they are being sanitized after each use? Number nine, have touchless faucets and self-flushing toilets been installed? Number 10, how much time will teachers be given to plan both in-class and independent learning? Number 11, if a teacher is teaching in both the morning and afternoon, who is supervising the students working independently at home or wherever they are supposed to be? Number 12, have the terms synchronous and asynchronous been clearly explained to parents in their home language? Number 13, why is the start date different between the elementary and junior high school? Number 14, what administrators are planning to spend at least a full day, including planning the day as if for a substitute teacher, in one classroom at each grade level to see the time commitment that these plans will entail? Number 15, are you aware that third grade teacher in another state died within 2 weeks of returning to her classroom? Number 16, will masks be mandatory for all students and staff? Number 17, why are these meetings being held behind closed doors? Number 18, how many teachers and from which grade levels have been involved in this reopening plan?
Thank you. Trustee Anderson?
My comment is from Jenny Dye. I am devastated at the lack of action taken by this district. These kids are suffering emotionally, mentally. My daughter cannot learn through Zoom. I'm truly saddened how you educators don't care about these children. You had months to prepare, ordering supplies and preparing classrooms. Instead, you have waited till the last minute and now things are back ordered. Why are you not proactive? Not reactive? Why are so many districts prepared and not ours? You should be ashamed of yourselves. I'm so heartbroken for our kids.
Thank you.
Mine is from Shelley Presley. You guys are ridiculous and need to meet in person. Crawl out of the basement and let your community address you face to face. We are not paying you to have closed Zoom meetings. Are you that special that you can't put a mask on since you think they work and face the public? The OC school board has done it multiple times and indoors even. It's time to come out of COVID land and resume meetings in person with the rest of us. You have had 5 months of quarantine and a dozen trips to the market. If you haven't gotten sick yet, then you can come to your office and kids can go back to school minus the theatrics.
Thank you. Trustee Black? You're on mute.
My community member is Kimberly S. My kid is on an IEP. You are robbing him of his education the longer you stay closed. He needs help and needs his teacher at school. His IEP is not being honored properly. The law is being broken. His IEP is being trampled on. The board needs to open up, meet in person, and set an example for their community. Open already.
Thank you. I have Melissa Soden. I would like to thank the board and superintendent for taking time and setting a restart date. As more schools across the country open, we're seeing that it is temporary, particularly in places where the virus is not well controlled. There have been ongoing issues and delays with the county's case counts and at times reporting 5 weeks late. This and the large gatherings that took place over the holiday weekend are more reasons to continue to act with caution. I understand how hard it is on families and that many rely on school for childcare while they work. I can't imagine there are many school work schedules that would benefit from moving to a hybrid schedule. Most of all, our kids, school faculty, and the community are under a lot of added stress right now with financial instability and the lack of social support, putting everyone on the emotional roller coaster of back to school part-time, then home again in quarantine, for quarantine, does not offer the consistency or the, quote, return to normalcy, unquote, so many are asking for. Taking a chance and returning too early will only prolong this state of limbo and delay kids getting back to school and academic progress, as well as adding to the sense of uncertainty. Now, those are the comments for item 6A. And Ms. Matoya, we have a comment for 6B.
My comment is from Anita Santoro. Please, would the district mandate staff pandemic work hours? We all have different jobs and all willing to help within safety guidelines, but each site is handling this issue differently, and that should not be the case. Schedules should be staggered across the board to avoid contamination. This directive should come from the district.
Thank you. We will now move into closed session. We will be returning at 6 p.m. Where we will read the closed session, the public comments on 7A and 7B, and have the presentations on 7A and 7B. We will see you all in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Again, I'd like to welcome you back to the special board meeting of September 10th, 2020. Again, by executive order N2920, issued on March 18th, 2020, Newport-Mesa board meetings will be closed to the public. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. As mentioned at the beginning of the closed session, we move the public comments for item 7A and 7B to their rightful place before the discussion action item. Again, to give you an idea of the breakdown, in closed session, we heard public comments. There were on item 6A, there were 10. On closed session item 6B, there was 1. Those have been read. On discussion action item 7A, there are 156. And on discussion action item B, there are 116. For a total submission of 309 with 283 actual after duplications were removed. Again, at the discretion, because this is a very important meeting, we really want to spend our time at the board level speaking and listening to the plan that's being presented, both regarding item 7A, which is the reopening of our schools, as well as 7B, which is providing direction to the superintendent regarding the waiver process. And so we are limiting the time to 20 minutes, 2 minutes per comment. And so Mrs. Black, would you read the public comment area again, please?
Sure. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the special meeting agenda only. Electronically submitted comments on special agenda items will be read into the video record of the meeting.
Great, thank you. So we will go to public comments on 7A, and Trustee Anderson, I believe you begin, please.
Just one moment, please. I'm trying to bring it up.
Sure, and this is, I'm neglectful on this. This is item 7A, approve start dates and instructional models for reopening of elementary and secondary schools in level 2.
Okay. My comment is from Alyssa Woostfeld. I am writing in to support the decision for our children to return to in-person school on September 29th. This is what's best for our children, their education and their mental wellness. Thank you for fighting for our kids to be on campus with their peers and teachers.
Thank you. Ms. Yelsey just sent me a reminder. We have, all board members and our superintendent have received all 59 pages of comments, and we have reviewed them and read every single one, several on multiple occasions and multiple times. And so just want to make sure that everybody knows that we have received and have read every comment. So I don't want you to think. And again, these are on these have been randomized in randomized order. Okay, Trustee Barto.
My comment is from Beth Seminis. As a parent of a kindergartner and a third grader in the Newport-Mesa District, Woodland and Kaiser, I want to express my full support for approving the restart dates proposed in the meeting agenda. Distance learning is not ideal for students and unsustainable for parents. Our children need to be able to learn from their teachers in person. I support the effort to coordinate the hybrid model so families have the same schedule, AM/PM, for all of their elementary school children. Please use your position on the school board to do what is right for our students and begin the opening of our NMUSD schools.
Thank you. Trustee Black?
Yes, my community member is Jennifer. Why were the private schools able to apply and be approved for waivers? Seems like we are behind the ball. Going back to school to the hybrid model is not conducive to working parents. This required babysitters, money, additional stress on families. We need to go back full-time ASAP. If private and Christian schools are able to accomplish this, why aren't we? Please provide specifics, not anecdotal references. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Dearvala Gaskin. All elementary grades should be back in school as soon as the schools are legally able to reopen. There is no reason to split this into younger grades and older grades. Why are they not back on the 22nd of September? The schools have had an ample time to prepare for this. Thank you.
Okay, mine is from Natalie Ramirez Dobbins. Reopening secondary schools this semester is a dangerous and irresponsible action for our community, comprised of more than half of Hispanics, which are at the highest risks for severe COVID. Though elementary might work with isolated cohorts, secondary is impossible to have independent cohorts, and there will be numerous mixing of students and staff. According to the most comprehensive research study performed to date, based on ages and household transmission on the CDC website, children over the age of 10 transmit COVID at higher rates than any other age group, including adults. This study was actually done in the midst of school closures, so you can imagine what it would be like with schools open. Tweens and teenagers are capable and actually more safe in distance learning during this pandemic. They have already adjusted to these first few weeks, have a stable routine, and are doing great. If any support is offered, it should be for some to have additional online study hall support time or peer support, but not come to campus and try to return to badly workshopped normal. Even with the best safety precautions, there will be transmission and new cases occurring very quickly after reopening in our secondary schools. This will lead to instability in schedules, closures, and quarantining of many families, including working parents. There are many logistical questions such as contact tracing, timing coinciding with the flu and availability of tests, quarantine and subs, transparency and communication of positive cases to the community, protocols for safety measures not being met. Our neighboring community of Santa Ana has voted to wait to reopen until next semester, and our reopening would affect their community and increase overall county case rates, leading to more business closures, canceling our efforts in progress. Please reconsider this plan. There needs to be more thought and compassion for the 'the' 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 '
Thank
My
you.
comment is from Rebecca Smith. I am concerned with the planned reopening of the schools before the county is moved to the next tier. If the board will not have their meetings in person, then why are we sending our students, teachers, and staff back in person? Furthermore, what is the plan for proper PPE to protect our students and teachers? And have the proper purification systems been installed on the air conditioners, some of which have been broken for all of the summer? I think there's a lot more planning that needs to be done, and the board has a responsibility to ensure a safe reopening and to show proof that these measures have been implemented, not just empty words and promises.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
My comment is from Andrea Rich. Thank you for all of the effort you have put into the distance learning and the in-person return planning for our schools. Although we are happy to hear of our schools reopening, we are still scared for the health and safety of our kids and teachers and community members that could be negatively impacted by a return of COVID cases, which may be fueled by schools returning. Example, what just happened at Cardin Hall. Will you be offering a live stream option or delayed start date for those of us who do not feel safe sending our kids back to the classroom? I encourage you to offer an option for those of us who cannot or do not want to send our kids back into a class. We will still be able to do the independent work if we are able to live stream teacher lessons or have a video option for watching classroom instruction. We may actually have less screen time as a result since the days are now half days in school. I don't feel that it should be mandatory that kids return in person if we are not ready to be in that environment, or if it will be unsafe for our kids or families, over 65, health concerns, etc., could be negatively impacted. I hope we will have an option to stay with the schools that we are enrolled in, but not return to in-person at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Mine is from a community member named John. I strongly support opening the schools on the fastest timeline possible. I am the father of 2 young children, ages 6 and 9. After experiencing distance learning through the spring and seeing a semi-improved version as school has restarted, my honest assessment is that it is impractical for young children. I am concerned that significant academic, social, and emotional deficits are beginning to occur.
Thank you. Trustee Black.
Yes, my community member is Michelle McNamara. Please reopen our elementary schools for our children by September 29th so my children can learn with their teachers and peers in the school environment and reduce the level of stress in our home as their mental health and our mental health declines from the inability to see peers and practice exercise.
Thank you. I have, mine is from Ruth Sanchez Kobayashi. Thank you for your dedication to the education and well-being of our community students and the professionals who work to educate and care for them. The overwhelming opinion of parents and medical professions is that students need to be in school. Please use a lens of what is best for the students as the lens you look through in making all decisions. Please ensure that reopening plans mitigate health risks for students and staff as much as possible while keeping the placement of students into their classrooms in person as your immediate goal. The recommended plan appears to be very sound and can be approved by bringing students on campus even sooner if the health risk mitigations can be accelerated. I implore our board and our union representatives to move quickly, work together, and ensure that you all prioritize getting these kids back in the classroom. Thank you.
Mine is from Megan Gorin. I am the mother of 3 Newport-Mesa children. My kids love their teachers and love their schools. However, this virtual learning is crippling their education and crushing their spirits. By no fault of the teachers, they are not learning a fraction of what they should be and do not have the attention spans to stare at a computer screen several hours a day. My kids have expressed depression and my family cannot sustain this message much longer. Yesterday, I finally toured private schools because I see this as the only option since I haven't heard of any concrete plans to reopen Newport-Mesa, and we seem to be at the mercy of our governor and his ever-changing criteria. It's a shame that private school children are the only ones getting proper treatment. It is clear and sad that money talks, and I'm feeling this is my only option for the well-being of my children. All of our children deserve much better.
My comment is from Alicia Downing. I have 2 children at Mariners Elementary, one in TK and one in 1st grade. Distance learning is a struggle every day. They are not old enough to navigate online learning, and the constant back and forth between apps is confusing for everyone. I'm also concerned that staring at a computer screen for hours a day is unhealthy at this age. I think everyone can agree that young children need in-person learning. So whether that is accomplished via waiver or other means, my family is in full support of in-person learning as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm back. Trustee Anderson.
Yes, my comment is from Patrick Berry. Thank you for taking my comment. I am a teacher in the district and also have 2 children in the district, one who is immunocompromised. I'm very concerned and scared to reopen and do a waiver when our county still says it's not safe. Newport-Mesa needs to be responsible and not give in to the pressure to reopen to satisfy those who go against science. Science says no. I think we should listen.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Mine is from Janelle Bowman. Recommendation, if it is determined by the district to take the risk to proceed to level 2 parents who are not willing to put their children at risk should be allowed to continue as is with distance learning. Some children may have underlying health issues that put them at high risk and should be allowed to continue with distance learning until we know if in-person schooling will be safe. Some students are seniors and the classes they need weren't available in the online school. Students can still attend the classes virtually by just logging in and watch teacher provide lessons while others are there physically, which accommodates both sides of the spectrum.
Thank you.
My community member is Erica Hansen. I support the district opening schools at the level 2 model now that Orange County is here.
Thank you. Mine is from Kelsey Calderon. My husband and I strongly support the reopening of our schools. As the parents of a kindergartner and a 2nd grader at Woodland Elementary, we have experienced so many negative effects that extended learning, distance learning has had on our children, both as students and developing individuals socially and emotionally. While the teachers have done their very best with Zooming, it is simply nowhere near the same as in-class instruction, and there are so many factors that hinder the learning process through Zoom. From student, parent, and teacher frustration and confusion to lag time and technical issues, it is just not good and is leading to behavioral issues and undue stress for families. Not to mention the excessive screen time imposed on our children that experts agree is not healthy. Children need and deserve the hands-on social interaction that only in-classroom learning can provide. Please reopen our schools for the sake of all children in our district. Thank you for taking the time to listen and read my comment.
My comment is from Chelsea Rocos. Please urgently confirm a start date for in-person learning for our children. Our children need to be in school. 5-year-olds sitting on computers for hours each day is not safe for their little brains and mental health and is not productive. My son is not learning with this model. He is frustrated because he wants to learn and he is agitated by the technological disconnect. Please urgently pick a date to open schools for in-person learning. Thank you for your time.
My comment is from Dave B., who did not give his last name. Here's an idea. Since the board is so eager and willing to bow to pressure of a few groups of noisy parents that want daytime babysitting for their kids so they can go to yoga classes, gyms, and nail salons, how about the board members pitch in at the schools? There will certainly be a need for people to deep clean, monitor bathroom usage, and oh yes, watch the kids with COVID symptoms while waiting for their parents to pick them up. Then the board members will have some skin in the game. Come on, you can do it.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson?
Yes. I also just wanted to ask a point of order. I realized on Tuesday, but I didn't get a chance to ask, is there a specific reason that Trustee Snell isn't reading them?
Yes, she elected not to.
For all the comments?
For all comments.
Like forever or?
Forever. She asked not to participate, and she did it a couple of first times, and she's asked not to be able to read.
I'd be glad to explain it. I don't agree with board members reading the comments. I think it should be read by a neutral party, like they do at a council meeting. And so I read all the comments, but I elect to not read them at the meeting.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. My comment is from Alana Maher. Greetings. I'm a junior at CDM and I'm taking many rigorous AP courses along with being a student that is high risk to COVID-19. I'm writing this to you since I want to voice the concerns of parents, students, and teachers regarding the problems with the hybrid model. I would like to make clear that the high school campuses should be addressed differently than the elementary schools. We have a more rigorous education level that can't simply work with the hybrid model. Having 2 cohorts can only work with a class with 30 students or less, as it was advised to keep classes to a 15 student minimum. There are many classes that contain 30 plus students and some go above 40 students. How will this work for those classes? These classes will have a much higher infection spread rate than the classes that are at or under the 30 student max. The students and teachers that are in those classrooms are going to be unsafe if it's supposed to be that you can fit more students per class. There's no possible way to split up these classes safely and efficiently without there being added stress onto teachers and students. Teachers will be scrambling to put together asynchronous course material when students don't attend in class or Zoom sessions, which I like to bring up that there are 2 full days of no teacher interaction, and I fear that our education will be degraded since we are having significantly less time with our teachers per week and we are seeing them less. This especially applies to AP and CIF students that make up a large population at my school. I feel like there should be more input from students on this model. A survey just for high schoolers indicating pros and cons in clear language along with the distance learning model when students are placed in quarantine. I believe the only way this hybrid model can work is by implementing the live feed instructional model. This will keep classes together and eliminate issues regarding transportation and quarantine kids. These sessions can be recorded or pre-recorded for some having internet connectivity issues and use Zoom sessions for Q&A.
Trustee Anderson, that is the end of the 2 minutes.
Okay.
My community member is Anjali Berry. OC is manipulating data in order to reopen schools and businesses. Hospital rates are low because patients are sent home or transferred to skilled nursing facilities. Both places are where patients go to die. An open date of September 29th does not give adequate time to assess the spike that may occur as a result of Labor Day activities. The short-sightedness and selfishness of parents and community members demanding to reopen schools is not only irresponsible, but potentially fatal to many in our community. Their inconvenience is not a reason for people to die. Though there are many, many challenges our children are facing and suffering under the current distance learning circumstance, none of them are greater than the loss of life guaranteed to occur if we reopen our schools. You only have to look at Florida, Georgia, and other hasty states as proof that this will also happen to us. Furthermore, the disruption that will be caused when we are forced to go back into distance learning will yet again have severe consequences. Parents who are working will be forced to figure out childcare quickly. Children's routines will need to be reestablished. The progress we have made thus far will be lost. Lastly, if you are even considering this, rapid tests must be conducted at each and every school site. Temperature and visual checks do nothing for the assessment of COVID-19 positivity.
My community member is Scott Bowman. Safety of the children should be a priority, and they should not be subjected to unnecessary risk. Therefore, we respectfully request to continue distant learning for a bit longer until we see results of other schools. There are too many unknown factors at this time. When it comes to our children, we need to be safe and not open the door to unknown risk factors, as once that door has been opened, we cannot undo the harm it may cause to our children. It would be too late. It is better to be safe than sorry. Distance education is in place. Let it continue a bit longer while we monitor results from other schools.
You're muted.
You're on mute.
It is time to go back. It's from Chris Edmonds. It is time to go back to in-person school. My 3 children are looking forward to seeing their friends and teachers in person. Unfortunately, a third of their best friends have already left. I urge you all to pick a start date as soon as possible before more people leave Anderson Elementary and cause irreversible damage to the school and the neighborhood. Thank you.
My comment is from Stephanie. Please send the kids back. All ages and grades need to be in school.
Thank you.
My comment is from Bob Sarunkel. How come NMUSD isn't following the other districts in the county using a template for reopening safely? Why isn't NMUSD upfront with the employees about safety measures being put in place for reopening? No information has been forthcoming where other districts have been very transparent. Air filtration and ventilation is a huge concern that teachers worry about, and parents should also.
My comment is from Grace Kaufman. Dear board members, as a concerned parent, I ask that you please delay the reopening of our schools until at least the new year. Please don't rush to open our schools and put our kids, their teachers, and support staff at risk. I acknowledge the tough position that you are in, and I hope that you will keep our children's best interests in mind when deciding how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine is from John Kosoff. Dear school board, as a father of 3 kids in NMUSD, it breaks my heart that our kids are not back in school. My kids are all super frustrated and not learning to their fullest extent. This is a time we need your leadership to do what is right for our kids. It is unacceptable we wait any longer to open. Now that we are in the red distinction, we need to be back in school on September 22nd. We are losing faith in this board and our district to do the right thing. Other OC schools and districts are leading the way and you guys are not. We didn't even apply for the waiver and our neighboring districts did. Please reference all articles below. The other day, our neighbor went back to school in person and my kid said, "That isn't fair." It broke my heart and I didn't know what to say. And as a parent, that hurts and we have no power as parents right now. That's why we need your help to represent our kids as elected officials. Please do what's right for the kids and open the schools on September 22nd. We need your leadership and focus on what is right to do. Thanks, John Kosoff. Example articles. He cites a Register article from September 8th of 2020, Orange County Elementary Schools with waivers to hold in-person instruction. Los Alamitos School District resumes some in-person learning is the article he cites.
And that is the end of the 20-minute time period.
Okay, I do have a comment that I'd like to read from Tamara Fairbanks, president of the NMFT. She's president of NMFT, the School Teachers Association. I also have a request by Troy Savoda, our student board member. So Troy, I'm going to give you first on this item. And you have 3 minutes, or 2 minutes, sorry, 2 minutes.
All right, hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I have like 3 concerns with the hybrid model, particularly for secondary. I know I'm not very informed on like the elementary school reopening, so I'm not going to go into that. But for secondary schools, I have 3 concerns. So one is just general safety for like PPE for teachers and students. I just would like to hear some more details on that, particularly with teachers, especially like I read that elementary school teachers will get barriers. Will secondary school teachers get them as well? There's a lot more to that. Also, wellness screening, like what's that even going to look like? And same thing with testing. And going off that with the any procedures for when someone tests positive, I feel like there could be a lot of ramifications for that, given figuring out who we have to quarantine there. I do have some concerns for teachers because the current hybrid model proposed is a lot more work for the teachers because all the time that was used for preparation, for asynchronous work, for professional development, all that sort of stuff is being taken away by having to teach the same thing over again. And that could cause some problems with planning for them. And in addition, we also remove our office hour time for students, so it will be difficult for students to catch up on things that they need to get help on. Lastly, I have some logistical concerns that are outside of COVID, but are important because, so one, with the cohorts, we have the 2 different cohorts, and it looks like that the alphabetical sorting was kind of backtracked a bit. And so I'm curious as to how we are going to separate people into cohorts, because I guess just saying that it's going to happen wouldn't be good enough, because we also have classrooms that can only fit X number of people that even half of the class wouldn't be able to fit in that classroom. So there's a lot of challenges there. There's also not just the bus transportation, but what about people dropping off and picking up their kids? How is that going to look? We can't just have the kids sit out front or stand out there loitering, because that's not safe. So overall, I think these are like the primary concerns with the hybrid model that I see, that I would hope to see addressed this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Okay, on comment 7A from Tamara Fairbanks, NMFT President. We are not in agreement with the proposed start date and the level 2 model recommendations presented during this agenda. Although we have had several discussions, we still have outstanding questions that are related to the implementation of these models. During our conceptual discussions, we were not given the full information about the measures that the district is willing to take in order to preserve the lives of our employees with a virus that is transmitted by air. Since we know this is transmitted by air, we need to address the fact that only some of our schools are equipped with the standard MER 13 filters, while many are equipped with the MER 9A. We need to address why the district lacks information in following a 24-hour cycle for the air conditioning or a fresh air mode cycle to air ventilation that is recommended in many industries. The instruction during a half-day model is not as sufficient as a full-day model. It offers less quality instruction, offers less opportunities for sanitation, and provides only a surface level of in-person connection. The time that is utilized to connect with parents and students and aid with the technical issues will be traded in for modifying curriculum. The safety considerations on the insufficiency of instructional materials, how to handle instructional materials, and how to deal with the travel of portable materials from home to school need to be answered. This is a very difficult issue, and our workforce is divided between the safety that is afforded to continuing and furthering instruction versus returning to a place with the uncertainty of safety and protection while having a face-to-face opportunity to see our students. We want nothing more than to see our students in person, but the lack of information on safety and instruction demonstrates that to us that NMUSD is not ready for reopening. We urge you, school board, to delay reopening until we actually have the safety measures in place and can provide students with a school model that will maximize instruction and keep them safe. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'd like to make a comment. There's a lot of people watching tonight that maybe have never been to a board meeting before, and while we sometimes comment on public comments and we answer some questions and make a statement, we are not allowed to comment on statements that are brought forth from the union. So I just want people to know that going forward.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Superintendent Lee Sung to see whether he would like to address. I know that his presentation will address many of these, and I know he takes copious notes, but I'm turning it over to you if you have any comments you'd like to make and address any of the comments that were made tonight.
Okay. First of all, good evening, President Floor, members of the board, members of the public tuning in tonight. I do want to say that listening to the public comments, as we can all see, as we have been hearing from members of the public, members of our staff, that there's a wide range of concerns and thoughts on both ends of the decision that we're going to make tonight. And this obviously is a very important item. I do have a presentation to share to give a little bit of history, a little bit of background, which is the foundation of our recommendation tonight. But I do believe, based on our recommendation tonight, that it is time to set a date for our students to come back to school. We'll get into the details of that, but I do want to acknowledge and really emphasize the fact that we do hear from our parents. We do hear from our staff on all sides of this incredible challenge. And as the leader of this district, I want you to know that I listen to it all. I do take all of this in, and I do try to represent and lead a district that is very diverse in so many ways, and very diverse in how they look at this pandemic and this challenge. And I do respect everybody's thoughts, and those of you who've taken the time to express it here tonight and also in the past. Tonight's presentation will answer many of the questions, not all of the questions, but many of the questions tonight. We do have resources on our website. We do have a reopening plan that we publish with a lot of the safety guidelines and measures that we will be following. We're updating that, and we'll be reposting that with updated information. And some of the questions, specific questions about the waiver will be in the next presentation and the next agenda item, so we will get to that. But I do want to take a moment just to talk about our ongoing conversations, negotiations, formal and informal, with both CSEA and NMFT. And I've been engaged in many of those conversations since this pandemic broke. And I really appreciate the time that we spent, the willingness that they have to come and meet with us at any point. And I just want to assure everybody that those conversations are going on constantly, and we're currently in negotiations. And we cannot speak to negotiations out here in public because that is done at the negotiation table. But I do want to give Leona Olson, our lead negotiator for the district, an opportunity just to share a little bit before we dive into the presentation and this agenda item. So Ms. Olson.
Thank you. President Floor, Vice President Yelsey, board members, executive cabinet, and our guests tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you. We have had ongoing conversations with both of our unions, CSEA as well as NMFT, as Mr. Lee Song said. Safety has actually been at the core of those conversations, and then of course instructional models and how that fits into it. I will share with you that when we talk about safety with both groups, we talk about the levels of precautions that we take and the layers that we build of safety, knowing that there isn't any one particular item or topic that is going to solve all of this for everyone, because we want our employees, we want our students to come back into safe environments. So we've been talking about these things since June. We've talked about PPE, so personal protection equipment, meaning masks, gloves. We have talked about all of our universal precautions, many of that you've heard here before in presentations. The wellness screenings that we are doing with our staff members. So again, just another precaution to create a safe environment. Most recently, I know it was been mentioned about the HVAC in a couple of comments and ventilation tonight. And we have had those conversations as well. I believe Mr. Holcomb is speaking to it tonight. But Lance Bidnick, our director of M&O, has had conversations with our union leadership and myself in July, and then as recently as this morning, to talk about the steps that we are taking to maximize our safety in that area as well. And I'm sure they'll talk about it tonight. So we do appreciate our conversations, their availability to continue, and the negotiations. And we continue to work towards coming to agreement and understanding of how this is going to work.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to begin this presentation on two items. We're going to start with 7A, which is to approve the start dates and instructional models for the reopening of our schools at level 2. And I will share with you that we also included a segment in here where we can review some of the safety precautions and protocols that we will be implementing when we have our students return in person. So even though it's not directly related to this item, it is something that I know is on everybody's mind. So we have a segment of the presentation on that. All right, this is a slide that I have been including in all of the presentations since we've started this pandemic. And I keep bringing this back because this is at the heart of our discussions. And there isn't a single item on here that is not considered in our discussions and our decisions. but obviously health and safety is so important, the emotional needs of our students. But we keep hearing about the fact that we absolutely need to get our students back onto campus, and that's what this item is about. Now, I go back to a slide that I shared early on in this process. And if you recall, back in June, we approved a parent choice virtual learning option, which we're now calling the Cloud Campus. And I'm very proud to say that we have approximately 1,700 students throughout the district that have chosen that option that are attending school in Cloud Campus. And we've had several reports to provide information. At some point, I would love to bring Principal Shaka back to give a further report to the board, but 1,700 students there. And the other option for those parents who did not choose that for their students, we have the 3-level adaptable plan. And that was the concept and the structure that we would have to move throughout the school year, depending on the circumstances. And so we started out in distance learning. And I said back when we first developed this, that at some point in the year that we would be switching levels. And so here we are. We are now considering the level 2 because our county is now getting into a position to be ready to open up to all Orange County schools. And so that's what this is about tonight. I do want to give a little bit of background for those who may not be following this closely, but we had a system that is no longer in place, and it was a county monitoring system that was implemented by the state of California. And back at that time, they were looking at 4 different measures. It was cases, positive cases. It was also the positivity rate. It was the availability of intensive care units, as well as ventilators. So there was a criteria built, and if a county, their numbers exceeded that criteria, they were placed on this county monitoring list. And Orange County at one point was placed on this list. And the guidance from the state stated that if you're on this list, you cannot open for in-person instruction. And so our county was on the list, and we were waiting for our numbers to come down, which they did. And we were moving in that direction to become eligible to open. However, at the end of August, a new system was developed and implemented by the state. And it was under the plan called the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And there was a 4-tier structure that was created that's color-coded. And Orange County was placed initially at the purple level, which is tier 1, and that's the highest level here. And you can see the criteria is basically new cases, which is how many cases per 100,000 of population, and the positivity rate. So if you were at more than 7 or more than 8, you were at this level. But initially, Orange County was placed at that level. And you can see us now. This is a snapshot of what the map looks like now of Orange County down here, where we now, as of September 8th, this past Tuesday, have been moved to the red tier, which is tier 2 at this level here, okay? So this leads us now to our proposal, which is to reopen Newport-Mesa schools based on a staggered schedule. And if the county, and we were set to be eligible to reopen as of September 22nd, and all indicators is that that is going to happen, we then become eligible to reopen. So we're proposing tonight to start with our TK2 on Tuesday, September 29th, along with all of our special needs students receiving SDC services throughout the district, to start them first. October 1, 2 days later, we would then bring back grades 3 through 6. And then on October 12th, we would bring back our middle schools and high schools. And I want to give a little bit of a rationale behind why we would like to stagger, why we're proposing staggering. First of all, we do want to propose and prioritize and let our youngest kids come and get settled in to the campus first. So that's why we went with TK2, followed by 3rd through 6th, and of course, as I mentioned, the special needs students who are receiving SDC services. We also want to make sure that we're giving attention to fewer students and fewer schools on those first days back. What I picture is that we as district staff, district administrators, all of our resources supporting those schools and those students who are coming back. And this way, we can just focus on the elementary and the youngest first. The next part is really focusing on monitoring and adjusting. So since we are doing this, we have plans. We're going to implement those plans. No doubt we are going to learn from that. So before we bring the next group in and before we bring in the large group with our middle school and high school, we want to be able to monitor and adjust before adding the next group. We also want to give secondary as much time as possible to assign the cohorts, because we know that is going to be a scheduling challenge. We want to make sure that our students, depending on which cohort they're assigned, that best aligns to their class schedule. So we want to give them as much time as possible. And the other incredible challenge is the transportation. And again, allowing transportation to focus on our elementary and our special needs students first, doing those runs, getting that stable, and then eventually adding our secondary students next. So that's a little bit of a rationale behind staggering our start dates. Now, here's a part where I want to go over some of our safety protocols, some of our key safety protocols. And as you know, I've been updating the board on our safety protocols, keeping up with the guidance as it evolves, even had directors coming and reporting on some of the specifics that they're doing in their particular area. But this is the guiding document in the state that is really driving most of the protocols and safety precautions that we are implementing at our school sites. And here is not a complete list, but some of the key points that we wanted to either remind folks or share with folks of what we're doing and preparing for the return of our students. So I'm going to ask Sarah Jocham to just briefly highlight each of these areas of safety and health. Dr. Jocham.
Thank you, Superintendent Lee-Sung. Good evening, President Floor, members of the board and community. It's my pleasure to speak with you about some of the enhanced health and safety measures that we're putting in place across our school campuses and across our district workspaces. And these include required face coverings for our students who are in grades 3 and above. And we definitely strongly recommend that students who are younger than this wear face coverings. And then we do have exemptions that are provided for in the guidance for students due to medical or behavioral reasons who are unable to wear the face coverings. We continue to do wellness screenings with our employees, and we are looking to do include parents and students in our daily passive wellness screenings, where they answer questions at home and obviously stay home if sick and not feeling well. We are limiting the number of students on campus, practicing social distancing with throughout the day, including anytime we're at lunch or recess. And we are minimizing transition and person-to-person contact. All of the school sites will be receiving signage and directional traffic patterns either tomorrow or next week to put up and all around the campus so people know how to practice health and hygiene matters, and to try and ensure one-way traffic, reduce the cross flow of traffic with our students. We've been working with our facilities and maintenance and operations department to really look at what this cleaning and disinfecting model will look like in our classrooms and on our school campuses. We have instituted and implemented clear plastic barriers for every elementary classroom, for every student's desk. for teacher work locations, for our related service staff. So that's an extra layer of protection in terms of if social distancing isn't practical at all times. We are trying to maintain our cohorts at elementary and reduce class transitions at secondary by the models that we're looking at this evening. And we are promoting healthy habits, hand washing, staying home when sick. We are looking at developing, utilizing some videos for students prior to them coming back onto campus to reiterate these practices, and then also provide the same information to parents through our social media online, both in English and in Spanish, so that parents can support these healthy behaviors at home. We have established protocols for when students are sick, and including utilizing an observation or isolation room, and then any students who may, or staff who come in contact or are COVID positive, we have an entire protocol built around the follow-up necessary for those in that program. And then we're really looking at limiting non-essential visitors to our school campuses to just ensure another layer of protection on that.
Okay, and we do have some pictures to show in just a bit here, but I'd like to call upon Tim Holcomb to share a little bit about the HVAC and ventilation standards.
Thank you, Mr. Lee-Sung. Yes, over the months that this whole situation has been developing, we've been staying in contact with various experts in the industry about ventilation standards and the latest science. And eventually we hired a mechanical engineer for the specific expertise with our systems, and an industrial hygienist who specializes in indoor air quality to review our situation and to help us with developing our response. Some of the things that we will be doing as part of our enhanced practices is we will be following CDC's guidance on improving filters and targeting the highest filter that we can use that will work with any one of our given systems. We will also be monitoring indoor CO2 levels to ensure sufficient fresh air. Many of our systems already monitor CO2 to determine how much outdoor air to bring in. And so they have that already built in. We'll be able to determine how the air change is happening in real time with many of our systems and monitoring that. We also have the ability to visit sites where it's not part of the system to monitor CO2 levels, and we'll be doing that as well. With that, we'll be setting the fresh air intakes to the maximal level that we can to provide for the best ratio of outdoor air that will work for each particular situation. Then also, we will be running the ventilation systems 2 hours before and after occupancy so that they flush the existing air in the spaces, and then they will stay on continuously during the occupancy while folks are in our spaces. So those are some of the things that we've done with regard to our enhanced ventilation standards.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holcomb. I know you and Mr. Bidnick can go far more technical and detailed, but that was very sufficient. Appreciate that. Okay, Dr. Jocham, can you explain a little bit? I'm gonna switch to the next few slides and just kind of connect what you've already shared with these pictures.
Sure. What you're looking at here is a 4th grade classroom at one of our schools, and the classroom has been set up. If you notice the very front of the room, that's the teacher's desk, and there is social distancing between that desk and any of the students. And then the student desks are set up. You'll notice that each student desk has a clear plastic barrier that gets attached to the desk so it doesn't flop over. And then you'll notice there are green and red papers on the desks. And what this would look like is that between the two green or the two red, there is an attempt at least 6 feet of social distancing. Some places maybe a little more, some maybe a little less, but it would encourage that. What we're looking at is that in an AM cohort, maybe all of the students sit in the green desks, and then when the afternoon cohort comes, they all sit in the red desks. So there isn't the sharing of the same desk or personal space throughout the day. So those are how that looks like. And then in the next one, we also know that in some of our classrooms, especially at the lower elementary, kindergarten, TK, and then also in some of our special day classes, tables are utilized for students to learn. And this is just an example of using those same barriers for students at a table. And these barriers have been put up and sampled in several classrooms that have these type of rectangular tables, also tables that use we have some staff who use the kidney-shaped tables and the U-shaped tables, and we are able to utilize the plastic barriers in all of those settings. So they may look a little different, but it's basically the same configuration. And then this, it may be a little harder to see, but this is a secondary model, which shows the same social distancing and how the different groups of students would attend class. So these utilize yellow and pink stickers on the desks. And you'll notice that between the yellow stickers is all 6 feet of space or an attempt at social distancing. And then within the pink, it's the same thing, that is social distancing so that students are far enough apart. And again, this shows that you would alternate where students are sitting so that we're able to maximize the space and limit the number of times we have to go back in and clean those different rooms.
Okay, and one more.
One more. So this is one of our high school campuses. And what's important to note here is this is one of the other avenues that we're having our school principals and staff look at. And that's really how are people going to maneuver around the campus. And the mantra that they have adopted is stay to the right. And if you stay to the right, that's how they're going to do the flow of traffic. So this is just one of this is how students will move on this particular campus, and they will put up signage so that students and staff are able to follow that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jocham. And I do want to add one more thing on safety before we depart. I know there was some comments and questions about PPE that's available for staff. And I know that we've had Jonathan Geisler, our Director of Purchasing and Warehouse, share with the board in prior sessions that we have a well-stocked supply of PPE for our employees, as well as providing mask face coverings for students who need that. So we had assistance from the state, but we also purchased our own. And the good thing that he's reported in the past, that there's an abundance of supply available, and we have these supplies on hand. So I want to assure everybody that that's not an issue there. Okay, now we're going to be moving into our recommendation for level 2 instructional models for elementary first and then secondary. So I will turn this over to Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Superintendent Lee-Sung, President Fleur, board members, executive cabinet, and guests. It's a pleasure to be here tonight and share with you our recommendation for a TK through 6th grade instructional model. And before I even jump into TK through 6th grade, I do want it known that our preschoolers will also be coming back at the same time when we come back to school on the 29th. Not necessarily in this model, but they will be returning also to our campuses, and I just thought that it's important for you to know that. Our model for elementary is a half-day, daily hybrid, in-person model, an AM and PM cohort. So what that means, before we show you an actual graphic of a schedule that I'll have Dr. Sir share with you, is that for in-person instruction, our classrooms will be divided into two cohorts, an AM cohort and a PM cohort. And they will attend live instruction 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday on campus for half a day. On Wednesdays, each cohort will meet in person in the morning for half day, but that's going to be every other Wednesday. So the first Wednesday could be the AM cohort, the following Wednesday would be the PM cohort. And that will rotate through, and we'll make sure that we're over communicating which cohort's reporting on Wednesday, and that's for in-person instruction. When not on campus, for in-person instruction, students, it is expected that students participate in the at-home learning that will be provided asynchronously from their classroom teacher, as well as independent learning that will connect to the live instruction that they're receiving on a regular basis. Other forms of instruction that will also be taking place during this time that students are not live in front of teachers on a campus. We're working on plans for PE, music, science, as well as intervention and enrichment to be able to be supported while students are at home, as well as special education services. If we have special education students eligible at home, we'll look at providing them services at that point. We will, as our principals begin to work to identify AM and PM cohorts, they will be making an effort to the best of their ability to keep families together in the same cohort. So multiple siblings, a second grader and a fourth grader at a site, they'll work to make sure that those students are in the same cohort, whether that's AM or PM. The other piece of this model is that we do know that through TK through 12th grade, special education SD services will be full days, except on Wednesdays, they will also be a half day. And so now I'd like to switch and ask Dr. Sir, you can go ahead and move forward to just go through the graphic model of what a day would look like for both an AM cohort student and a PM cohort student.
Thank you very much, Assistant Superintendent Drake. Good evening, President Floor, Vice President Yelsey, board members, Superintendent Lee Sung, and guests. We have two models to show you today. The first one is the AM cohort, which is in front of you model, and what that daily schedule looks like. And then we're going to show you the PM daily schedule. So starting out with looking at this sample model, the times for sites will vary by site, which is an important piece, but this is a sample model of what the AM cohort daily schedule will look like. And we do have an expectation within both of these models that students attend school for the entire day. Starting out looking at the Monday column, for example, school would start, we'd have a bell in the beginning. School would start with a ELA, ELD, that's English Language Arts, English Language Development block, going from 8 to 9:15 in this sample. And then another hour and 15-minute block of mathematics. And that would be the instructional block for the morning cohort from 8 o'clock to 10:30. Following that, we would have a dismissal with a grab-and-go lunch that students take home. They take their lunch home, and we have the dismissal. And we know we're going to have to provide some transition time for students to get home, to get settled, and begin instruction for the second half of the day, which is the remote learning portion of the day. And that's just repeating what Assistant Superintendent Drake stated. That's a time when we're going to be providing synchronous, asynchronous, and independent learning opportunities for students from 12 o'clock to 2:30. The things that we are discussing is the role of having our specialists be involved, music, science, and physical education, along with looking at how we can provide intervention during that time to our students. and also providing special education services to our students. So that's what this AM cohort looks like on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, as far as the beginning of the day to the end of the day. And then during the Wednesday, just as Assistant Superintendent Drake stated, we would have the AM cohort attending Wednesdays every other Wednesday. They would be rotating with the PM cohort. So during that time when they're attending, they would show up at school, and they would have the same structure as far as English language arts and English language development, going from 8 o'clock to 9:15 when they're in person, and 9:15 to 10:30 when they're receiving mathematics, and then still going through that dismissal process and receiving a grab and go lunch, having that transition time. And then below that, you'll see two things happening under Wednesday. On the left side is that the learning that students will be involved with. That's the synchronous, the asynchronous, and independent learning. And also, as far as what is happening on the teacher end on a Wednesday, there would be teacher preparation time possibly provided, professional development, staff meetings, and that would be the general regular classroom teacher would not be involved with the synchronous, asynchronous, independent learning. That would be again provided by our specialists. We'd be providing intervention, and we'd be providing special education services. So that kind of lays out what our AM cohort day will look like. We can transition to the PM cohort. So this is kind of the day in reverse, if you will. Starting out looking at what a Monday would look like, the PM cohort would have their block of instructional time in the morning go from 8 o'clock to 10:30 with that same concept of providing synchronous support to students, asynchronous and independent learning. There would be some transition time there for students to eat and get ready, and also transition to showing up to school. So the second half of the day is when our PM cohort is on campus. We'd have a bell in the beginning, and we would run the English language arts and English language development support for our students from 12 o'clock to 1:15. We would run the mathematics portion of the day from 1:15 to 2:30, and we would have a dismissal and a grab and go lunch, and the lunch would be for the PM cohort for the following day. What that accomplishes is that students would not be eating lunch on campus, either in the morning cohort or in the PM cohort. They would take their lunch with them. Going to what the Wednesday would look like, looking at the time, if this were a day when students are attending, the students would be provided with the same type of support. If they were in school at this time, it would be the block of English language arts, English language development, and mathematics. There would be transition time during that time. And then in the afternoon is when the PM cohort would also receive the synchronous, asynchronous, and independent learning support. So on a Wednesday, one of the differences here is that both the AM cohort and the PM cohort attend school in the morning. That's one of the fundamental pieces. And on that Wednesday, the teacher day in the afternoon looks the same for both cohorts. It's a teacher preparation, professional development, and a staff meeting. So again, we plan on providing the best education possible within this model. And we have the expectation that students will attend school for the entire day. And we know that bell times can differ at different schools. So this is just a sample model, both for what an AM cohort model can look like and what a PM cohort model can look like.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Sir. Moving into the secondary instructional model. This is now, we're kind of transitioning to 7th through 12th grade, a full day hybrid to cohort model.
Assistant Mr. Drake, yes. We've got a couple of hands that have come up, okay. and Mr. Lee, Superintendent Lee Sung, would you prefer us to wait until the end of the presentation, or is this a natural break, or how would you like to proceed?
if we could just finish these next two slides, secondary,
okay,
and the presentation will be done and we can open up to all questions.
great. Thank you. I'm keeping track. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Drake.
Okay, so for secondary, 7th through 12th grade, again, our principals will be splitting their student body in two. So you're going to have an A cohort and a B cohort. Each cohort will meet in person for 2 full days of instruction during the week. One of the cohorts will meet Monday, Thursday, and go through their regular full day, odd and even days. And the other cohort, the B cohort, would meet Tuesdays and Fridays. On days when students are not in person, when they are at home, and they're not receiving in-person instruction on campus, they will participate in the distance learning, very similar to how it's going now, with asynchronous learning happening from the teachers, as well as intervention and special ed services being provided. On Wednesdays, both cohorts will meet via distance learning in the morning for half day. And they will, the Wednesday meeting or schedule will alternate each week between odd and even. And they'll be assigned to, students will be assigned to a cohort that best aligns to their current classes. And that's the scheduling that Mr. Lee Sung talked about, that principals and their assistant principals and counselors are going to have to be going through to really make sure that those cohorts are lining up with their schedules. And then again, special ed services will be full days, except on Wednesdays, they will be half days. The Estancia 4x4 model is to be determined. We're still working through that, but we'll have that settled pretty shortly. Early college is aligning their 2 full-day hybrid with the community college schedule. So there'll be a little bit of a fluctuation there, a little difference there. And then Back Bay Monte Vista High School will follow their full-day traditional schedule that has been previously approved. And Dr. Bauermeister.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Drake. President Fleur, members of the board, Superintendent Lee Sung, Cabinet, and distinguished guests. What you're looking at is our sample level 2 full day secondary schedule. And as Mr. Drake said, we've split it into 2 different cohorts. On Monday, cohort 1 will be on campus for in-person instruction, and it will be a normal school day. They will have period 1 from 8 to 9:35. They will have a 10-minute break, then go to 3rd period from 9:50 to 11:25, then a half-hour lunch, then 5th period from 12 o'clock to 1:30, and finally 7th period from 1:35 to 3:05. As cohort 1 is on campus for a full day of instruction, cohort 2 will be at home doing asynchronous learning and independent work. On Tuesday, the cohorts will flip, and cohort 2 will be on campus for the full day, normal day, in-person instruction for periods 1, 3, 5, and 7, while cohort 1 is at home doing asynchronous learning and independent work. On Wednesdays, as Mr. Drake told you, all of our students will be doing distance learning similar to the schedule that they're doing now. So in the mornings for week 1, all students will have period 1, period 3, period 5, and period 7. And for the second week, it'll be period 2, 4, 6, and 8. And in the afternoon, they will have time for independent work. And in the afternoon, that will then give our teachers the ability to have professional development, staff meetings, or teacher collaboration time. On Thursday, we go back to the full day in-person model with cohort 1, and now they have their even classes. They'll have periods 2, 4, 6, and 8. While cohort 2 will be at home on Thursday doing their asynchronous instruction and independent work. And then we will switch the cohorts again on Friday. So on Friday, cohort 2 will be on campus in person for a full day of instruction. Their periods 2, 4, 6, and 8. Cohort 1 will be at home for their asynchronous instruction and independent work. So as Mr. Drake said, on Monday and Thursday, cohort 1 will have full day instruction on campus in person. And Wednesdays, they'll have a half day of distance learning. And then cohort 2 will have their full days on Tuesday and Friday, and their morning distance learning on Wednesdays. So that is the level 2 sample full day hybrid schedule for secondary.
Okay. I've got one more slide and then we'll open it up to discussion and questions. I want to make sure that I'm very clear about bus transportation, home to school bus transportation. I've mentioned this throughout the pandemic as we've talked about various models, that with the distancing requirements that we have within a bus, the capacity of a bus is much limited than normal. So because of that, we know that bus services will be limited. And so the space within the bus will be maximized per the Department of Public Health guidelines, and that we are saying that face coverings are required for all passengers, including our TK2. And if you recall earlier, we did say that TK2, when they're in person in a classroom, it's strongly recommended, but while they're on the bus, we are saying that face coverings are required while they're riding the bus. And of course, there are exceptions for medical reasons that's listed in the guidance. The other thing I want to point out related to transportation is that for our elementary students within this model, because it's a half-day model, that students who will be riding, who are eligible and choose to ride the bus, will have to be in the morning cohort, okay? Because we can only run a bus in the morning and not have 2 runs throughout the day. So that's something that's very important for people to understand. The second thing is in secondary, because they are coming full days, we need to make sure that not only are their schedules aligned, like we've talked about, but also that we do our very best to balance the riders on the number 1 cohort and the number 2 cohort. So again, we can maximize and get as many riders in the bus safely as possible. And of course, our special needs students are our highest priority when it comes to transportation. And we will make sure that they get to school for their full day instruction and half day on Wednesday. So again, I just want to emphasize that transportation will look differently because of our requirements with the spacing. All right, and this is my final slide. So as you know, we are recommending the staggered start dates and the 2 instructional models for elementary and secondary. That concludes our presentation. Okay, President Floor.
I don't know what happened to her, but I think I'm.
All right, so I'll just go ahead and ask the question. Are there any questions for myself or staff?
Yeah, I'm first. Okay, I think everybody's got a question. She's been keeping us up to date on who's put their hand up. Okay, I'm gonna go way back to the beginning. I have 3 questions. The first one is about ventilation. Are there any state or county standards for what they consider safe ventilation during the pandemic?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. There is guidance, just like there's guidance on all these other safety areas in the area of ventilation. And I will just ask Mr. Holcomb to confirm that what he has described and what we are implementing not only meets it, but exceeds it. Mr. Holcomb?
Yes, Mr. Lee-Sung, that's correct. All of our planning is to meet the guidance issued at all of the appropriate levels of government.
Okay, I didn't hear you mention filters, but you're saying the filters, I know there are different filters, but our filters meet the standards as well?
Yes, I'm sorry you missed that part. Yes, we are looking to improve the level of filtration throughout the district to the degree that it can be accommodated.
Okay, so looking to means we are going to. I'm concerned.
Yes,
because,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. because Estancia High School is an enclosed campus, and so you can't really open the door to the outside. And so I've had some questions about Estancia. It does have an older air conditioning system, so we will be bringing that up to the standards.
That particular system is unique in the district, and that is one of the reasons why we had both the mechanical engineer and the industrial hygienist as part of our team to review each of the specific systems, including that system, and how to best operate that system in this situation.
Okay, my second question is for elementary, the elementary hybrid. What happens to the alternate cohort on Wednesday morning? Are they online Wednesday morning?
Yes, yes. So they will be receiving the synchronous, asynchronous, and independent learning that will be provided through possibly our specialists and those services.
So it'll be math and English language.
There will be some of that, but we're also looking at potentially filling some of that time with our PE, science, and music as well.
Okay. And then my last question is Estancia with their 4x4, they will, while they're still massaging the schedule, they will be on campus 2 full days as well.
That's what they're looking at, yes.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
I'm back. Sorry about that, but my computer completely crashed. So I remember that it's Trustee Anderson, and then I lost all my chat, so I'm going to trust all of you to go back, go through it as evidenced on the chat. Please, I apologize for that, but all of a sudden it was like, ooh, crazy time here. So I think Trustee Anderson, you were next.
Yes, thank you. My first question is about the grab and go meals. I was wondering if the USDA will be providing breakfast as well as lunch like they did in the spring.
That's something we're currently working with Todd Hatfield on in Nutrition Services, and we should be able to have an answer on that fairly quickly.
Okay, great, thank you. If possible, I mean, particularly with the way that things are staggered, if we can provide that. And I know some community partners have expressed interest with helping with that too. Like Someone Cares Kitchen, that I think it would be great if we could do both again. And then my second question is, how do you foresee managing the current busing for AM only elementary students at schools where a majority of students ride the bus, like Adams Elementary and College Park and Whittier?
So we obviously are going to have to establish some priorities in terms of our transportation, our limited capacity in transportation. And so one criteria obviously is to transport our special needs students. We're also looking at safe routes. And so we do not want kids walking to school, no matter what school it is, through routes that are going to cross major streets. So our transportation department looks at that in great detail. And then also just distance. So we're going to have to establish those priorities and see how far we can go with the capacity of our buses. And so challenges in terms of the AM, PM, as we make these decisions, as we're proposing tonight, our transportation department will be reaching out and determining how many passengers, and we will have to finalize all of those plans.
So what will we do though at a school that has 80% of the students that take the bus for elementary? They can't all be in the morning shift.
Well, Trustee Anderson, we're going to have to work that out. I don't know if that's how the numbers play out, because it all depends, first of all, on how many routes are provided for that school and how many routes are eliminated where students now are either walking to school or transporting themselves on their own.
Okay, well, I continue to be very concerned about that. That was my concern over the full day model that was presented before. I would like to request a bus rider count from when we were fully back in school in January. So we have a reading of how, so our, as trustees will know how many students were using the bus at each school. And then I think I would like to see that information. I don't know if other trustees would, but I think that will help me make some decisions. And then my follow-up to that is, based on the reopening blueprint through the state, they mentioned collaboration with either private charters or with city buses. And so I was wondering if we have had conversations with our Orange County Transportation Authority and issuing bus passes, particularly for high school students.
We will look at that. Obviously, our first priority is to see how far we can go with our own bus transportation. And we'll have to work on individual students or individual needs after that, okay? So that's something we can look at, but our first priority is to establish our own transportation to the students to the furthest extent that we can with our students.
Of course, yes. We get charter buses for sporting events. I think that afternoon education for some of our students is equally important. So I would like to make sure that we have transportation in place for our PM elementary students and 7th graders and 8th graders as well. My follow-up question, another question that I have is for after school programs, will Project Kids Connect be operating? Will the Costa Mesa Rocks program, have we had conversations as to timeline or protocols?
Yes, so we have been talking about bringing back our after school programs. Okay, so first things first, we establish this model, we get our kids in place, and we have to make sure, because here's the key thing. We have to make sure that we have the space and the protocols for those programs as well, and that they are not somehow interfering with the instructional program that we have during the day. So we certainly have an interest to reopen the after school programs, but we have to take this in stages and make sure that we do that safely as well.
And then what have you heard, or do you think there is any possible availability of us doing either after school or during the school day outside education? That is also recommended in the California blueprint.
Right. So, now that we have when we have a structure, we can start looking at how do we enhance these other opportunities. And as you can see, we have a lot of plans to incorporate the half day with as much synchronous time, utilizing specialists, utilizing interventionists, all of those types of things. But providing some other enhanced activities and opportunities for kids, that would be wonderful. But again, we need to do this kind of a stage at a time, okay? And talking about in person, one of our biggest challenges is space on campus and making sure that kids are not mixing cohorts and doing all of that. So we're trying to balance those learning opportunities with the safety as well.
Okay, and then I noticed that the volunteer website is down on our district website. Is there a way that people can at least start processing and get cleared, so then at any point, even for January or later on, they're at least in our system and cleared, rather than having a rush when we are in level 3? Can we look to possibly change that process?
Right, so I so appreciate our volunteers, and I want to make sure everyone knows that we absolutely appreciate their support of us. Right now, as I think we can all imagine, we cannot provide opportunities for additional adults to come onto our campus. We need to be very, very careful about that. But your idea about processing them early so that when we can invite them back, that we're ready, I think that's a wonderful idea. But our HR department who processes them, our site administrators and staff, the priority right now is getting our staff ready for in-person. So that will come, but right now we got to get our employees hired and in place and get ready for in-person. So I appreciate the forward thinking, but for right now, that's not yet our priority.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the sooner that we can, there's one person in our district who processes every single volunteer application. So in August and September, it's always crazy, and I anticipate that happening again. So, you know, when it's safe to do so. And then my last question is about testing protocols. One of the public comments brought that up, and I thought it was an excellent point. I'm not hearing from some of the presentation really what we are instructing or informing or expecting staff to do or for families to do. Are we going to be, we now have at the Orange County Fairgrounds kind of a unique opportunity for us that's so close that there's free testing that will be really, that can be done quickly. Have we had conversations? Like, I haven't heard a lot about testing protocols.
Right. So first of all, the testing center for the county, they will test people under certain criteria. You have to have symptoms. You have to have a reason for them to test. So that is available to anyone who meets that criteria. The guidance that we're following does not require testing of our students. Okay, that's not part of the guidance, at least not at this time. Okay, and as you heard, if there's a positive case and there's individuals who have to be contacted, who were in close contact, that's all done by Mary Groska, her team, and they will notify people and make sure that they're given the information to do testing if that's what's warranted in that case. Okay, but right now the guidance does not require that for students. The testing centers that are provided by the county, there's criteria that they establish. And then the testing for employees. There is something in the guidance about, they call it surveillance testing. And that is a part of the guidance when we reopen, that there's a certain percentage of staff that you would test in a certain period of time. However, it is predicated on the availability of testing, okay? So it's recommended, it's not required, and it is predicated on the availability of tests. So that is something that we might have to do for staff, but for students, that is not part of the guidance.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were informing staff. They may not know that it's at the fairgrounds, and I think that's really beneficial. And yeah. I'm just gonna say this one more time about the PM busing. I know transportation is tricky, but I would really prefer, we already are going to have learning loss. That's a national issue. I would like to not have a massive opportunity gap. And I think that's what will happen if we can't figure out busing for the PM students. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosie, for putting up the list. So we have Trustee Bartow is next, and then followed by Trustee Yelsey.
Hi there. Okay, so my first question is so small that I want to get it out of the way. Is it possible that we could change the red and green seating from blue to yellow? I think it's little, but I think at the early elementary that might be confusing. I could just see them going, oh, I'm supposed to sit in, not supposed to sit in red. So just something little that I think might be helpful. Thank you. Okay, so my next questions are, can we talk a little bit about why the reasons we chose not to do Max 16, how, the choices we made to get to where we are, and talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Yeah, so, when we discussed Max 16 back in early July, the idea and the push was to get kids on campus as much as possible. And that was really the direction from the board. We came up with a model and an idea that we thought would be great. And it is great in terms of getting kids on campus. I think what happens when you have a very grand idea of having all of your students on campus at one time, you start getting into the operational logistical pieces of that, and it becomes very complex. And I think when I had challenged staff to operationalize this concept, it came back as it was not only difficult, but in many cases we were sacrificing many other areas. And one of the key things that has become more and more apparent is the importance of maintaining cohorts. And so in order to do a max 16 with an extended learning period outside, we'd have to put cohorts together and we would be mixing cohorts. And that really in this environment is not a good thing to do. And also we came into some real challenges with space. We have some school sites that would have had, 200 to 300 kids outside. And to spread them out into mini cohorts throughout the school campus, again, was a very, very difficult operational thing. So unfortunately, that model was a bit too lofty. And the idea of keeping 16 kids in a classroom at one time, which was to minimize the number of students outside, was a key part of this. Also was a challenge in terms of making sure and ensuring that all students have the core instruction that we require. So it was a very difficult operational logistical challenge, a space challenge. And under this environment with the safety protocols that we have to follow and the numbers still where they are, we've had to shift. And at this point, we came up with the half-day model. So we get kids back on campus and we try to make sure that we really provide a meaningful learning opportunity on the half day that they're not in person. And we continue to look at ways to enhance that learning experience. And I never say never, but this is something that we'll continue to look at as we progress through this school year. But we have to start somewhere, and this is our recommendation to get us started in in-person learning.
Thank you. Okay, so another question that I had is we talked about this, a lot of the camps during the summer used temperature checks as a means of establishing, whether kids can come to the camp, things like that. And that's not part of our guidance and recommendations for students. And I think that's going to be confusing to a lot of parents, although I felt like Sarah had a pretty good read on it. Would you guys elaborate a little bit? And then if we could consider it maybe in some other form, just in terms of flu season and staying in school is something I think feels related to that and not to COVID.
All right. I'm going to call upon Dr. Jocham. She's been our main person to talk about the temperature check part of our screening process. And I just want to emphasize that the screening process, there is daily screening, but there's different levels and different aspects of that. So I will have Dr. Jocham share that.
I'm sorry, I missed the question from Trustee Bartow. Can you so is it just related to temperature for staff, for students, for
students specifically?
Okay, so we have been looking at what all of the guidance tells us in terms of students returning to campus. And in looking at this, we've relied heavily on the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC guidance, in terms of their recommendation for students for wellness checks and for taking their temperature. And as we often, unfortunately, need to do, we have to weigh pros and cons of a lot of decisions that we make. And in looking at the guidance, it says that it's not recommended. It isn't just, it's this or that. It's not recommended that we do a temperature screening of students. And it's a couple of the reasons that they provide is that students are often asymptomatic, and it is not a gauge of whether or not a student is a carrier or has COVID-19 is the temperature check. Another reason is that often there are false positives or false negatives in doing this with students. And the one thing we don't want to do is send students home and have them miss more education if it is not a useful measure of illness for students. So those are two of the main reasons. What we are looking at doing is having, sending with parents and with students the list of symptoms, especially symptoms that have a tendency to show up at a higher level in children versus in adults, and having parents possibly take their students' temperature in the morning before they send them to school, really asking questions to their students about how they're feeling, that kind of thing. And then, really kind of doing a visual wellness check. And for those of us who are parents, a lot of times with our younger kids, you can tell, there's something off sometimes with your kids, either by the look in their eye or their attitude. And we're asking parents to kind of listen to that internal voice that they have on there. And then throughout the school day, when students come to school, we're asking that our staff also continue with the visual wellness checks. If students appear flushed, if they appear lethargic, if they're tired, if they're coughing, if they have any of those symptoms, then we would, conduct further, information, having them be sent home, and, to double check how things are going. So right now, that's the plan that we have and the rationale for it.
And I think that makes sense in regards to COVID specifically. I just really, the thing I hear the most from folks who don't feel safe about coming back is, here's with COVID, we don't feel safe, and with flu season. And I think keeping everyone as healthy as possible and keeping kids who aren't feeling well out of school, whether that's parents self-certifying, whether we have some kind of thing that says you have to check that off. Maybe there's a creative way to do that, because I think that temperature portion just for ordinary illness will keep a lot of the kids in school. And if a kid's not feeling well, and I mean, I'm a working parent, it would be really hard if I had a kid who seemed okay and I knew they didn't have a fever. I might send them anyway. And I just being honest, I would like to think that I wouldn't make that choice, but sometimes parents kind of second guess themselves and go, it's fine. So I think that maybe we figure out a way to include that, even if it's not specifically COVID recommended.
So one of the other pieces that we're including in this whole wellness piece is looking at absences and ensuring that students who are absent due to this illness or to any illness are not penalized. So I think for so long we've really pushed attendance, and we definitely want kids in school, but we don't want kids at school to be detriment of their health or the health of anyone else around them. The other piece related to flu season and cold season in the fall, and as we come up on that, in terms of following a lot of the hand washing and good hygiene practices will eliminate a lot of transmission for a lot of that anyway. Students wearing masks at the upper grades will help with that transmission. And then we are working I'm working with Mary Graska, our Director of Health Services, to really look at what we're going to do to be able to put out flu vaccines and really get an early start and get on top of some of that. So hopefully people can get that flu shot, and maybe we'll avoid some of that.
I might have more questions on that later. But my next question is also actually kind of for you. How does this work for kids with IEPs and 504s, and for both models, elementary and secondary? I think this presents some challenges.
So we are implementing students' IEPs and 504s, whichever placement they're in, with whatever accommodations that we need to make. So I'm not sure if there's anything more specific. It always goes back, can always go back to the case carrier to look at any different accommodations or changes that need to be made.
So I guess with IEPs, would we have their specialists available for in-person? Is that our plan? I think that's more specific. 504 is, we can accommodate and that's specific to the student, but really with an IEP, part of it is meeting with their specialists, and in a lot of cases, meeting remotely is not ideal and doesn't accomplish as much. Speaking specifically, like at my house, but I know that we need to be able to offer this accommodation. So do we have a plan for how we'll offer some of those during the school day? Or are we planning on doing that all remotely?
So there's kind of two aspects to IEPs, and one is the actual assessment that's related to students either at the initial IEP or predominantly at the triennial IEP. And we are working with all of our related service providers and our teachers to look at which of those aspects can be done remotely, and they feel that they have validity and paint an accurate picture of the student. There are some of those aspects that need to be done in person, and we are looking at bringing them, having one-to-one assessment slots to have parents bring students in to have those assessments. Right now, we've talked about continuing to have the actual IEP meeting to discuss it via Zoom because there's so many people that need to participate in those meetings that I don't think we would be able to do the appropriate social distancing. It doesn't preclude a parent or anyone from going through the school and setting up a meeting with their individual case carrier or teacher or anything like that to be able to have those conversations. What would probably happen is if we had somebody who needed to come in and meet with their teacher or something, we would do the screening for them prior to them coming onto campus for any length of time. So they would do a temperature check and they'd have the wellness screening prior to them being on campus.
Thank you, that answered that one. And then my last question, I know it's something that we haven't considered and that we definitely had limitations, but I am hearing more and more from parents questions on or illness reasons, or especially in the secondary level, since and this is less for you, Sarah, as for everyone else, but thank you, is for cameras and how we handle the secondary. So in the classroom, 2 days a week might be great for some students because it gives them flexibility to work on things on their own time. But in general, what I'm hearing from a lot of parents at the high schools, not in our district, is they are offering, I think even a few public school districts are offering cameras for days that students are not in class so that students can follow along from home. And I know we had some limitations to that, but I would just like to see if we could continue that conversation as we get a little further into reopening as maybe something we consider for the future, because I think this is a really great start, and I think it gets us in a better place than we've been. But I think if depending on how long this goes on, we really want to think about bringing back some of that learning loss as much as possible. And that was all.
Thank you. Trustee Yelsey and then Trustee Matoye.
Oh, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Karen.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank everyone in the district for the work that went into this. It may look like it's late. It may look like it's too simple. People don't agree with it, but there's a lot of work that went into this. And I want to mention that because we get, I'm not even going to say hundreds, thousands of emails. We've gotten thousands of emails over the last month. And many people are out there saying, nobody's been doing anything. Nobody's been working. You haven't been thinking about this. Well, I want to guarantee everyone, from everyone who's on this screen, on the Zoom screen, everyone has been thinking about this every waking hour, including the board members. And I'm not saying, oh, woe is me or anything like that, but if you ask any of our families, of anybody on here, this is what we think about, this is what we talk about all the time. Because in the end, we are the people who are liable for what happens. I want schools to open. I've wanted schools to open for a long time. But we have to look at all the security measures, all the safety measures, and it's not an easy task. There's no easy answer to any of this. We all know that. There's no perfect solution. So I just want to thank you for, I think this is a great start, and I really appreciate it. And that being said, I do want to start. I wanted to start for a long time, and I think our society has been paralyzed by COVID. Rightfully so. We've heard a lot of horror stories. I personally know people who have passed away from this, so I understand how people feel. But I think we're then losing sight of some other issues that we should be talking about all the time. For instance, social emotional issues, mental health issues. These are safety issues too. So in addition to COVID safety issues, we need to be looking at all these. And I think that's one of the reasons that we really need to get kids back in school. Because while I hate to say this, I think I said it at our last meeting, that I personally, unfortunately, feel that there is a greater chance of a child dying from suicide this year than there is of COVID. That's how strongly I feel about how the kids need to come back. I hear too many stories from too many parents about how this is affecting their children. And I think it's time that we stop being in this panic level and start coming back to school. So now I do have some questions. Mr. Sir, Dr. Sir, when he was talking, and he made a comment that this was, importantly, this was a sample model that he was showing. And I think that's important for people to know because every school is going to be a little bit different. And I think that's what you were referring to. And I know all the principals, I mean, they're in charge of their schools and they're looking at all this stuff already. So I think that's important for people to know. And you didn't mention it, but I think you had told us, Superintendent Lee-Sung, that there was going to be a school site COVID committee or plan at each school. And so that also will probably take into account the individual school. How are we working? How's the signage going? What directions are the students walking in this area? So I think that's important for people to know. It's not one size fits all. There will be some modifications. I have a couple questions about high school, similar to what Trustee Bartow was asking about cameras, but I was thinking more in terms of Zoom, because I've heard from some teachers that if they have 35 to 45 people in a class sometimes, how are they going to divide them up? That's going to be too many kids in a classroom. So I think there's going to be issue that hopefully somebody can address that. But if I'm looking at the layout of the classroom, and even the teacher who normally is up walking around the classroom, front, back, I mean, we've all stood in the back of classes, and the teacher is never up at the front, but they're going to be pretty much, I understand, staying at their desk. They're not going to be walking around the classroom. So if they're doing that, couldn't they have their computer on Zoom or a computer on Zoom so kids who are not in the classroom can participate in that class? I'm just asking this question. Yeah. There may be some reasons, but I'd like to hear why or why not.
Yeah, I'll respond to that, Ms. Yelsey. So first of all, I so appreciate our principals and our teachers and our district administrators really looking at different ways to stay connected with kids, to enhance instruction, to do all of those things, when they're not only in person, but at the asynchronous part when they're not in person. And there's been a lot of ideas that have been brought up and ideas that are being discussed right now. I think what I want to say at this point is we need to develop the structure first, which is what is being proposed tonight. And then from there, we can figure out other ways to find the best way to connect. And where we go from here, we need to be, first of all, very thoughtful, like we always try to be in everything, because it is a different way of teaching if you're a teacher, to have two audiences there. We've got some technology, there's other technology out there, but it does change the way that we teach. And I have to be very careful not to put out an expectation for all teachers in this district, because it may or may not work in all settings. And this is where we do work very closely not only with our principals, but also NMFT leadership to talk about some of those challenges before we set out an expectation. But I do know and acknowledge that there are ways, and people are already talking about different ways that we can stay connected with our kids. And then to address the class size issue and will we have enough space? So first of all, in our district, we're very fortunate to have, in general, very low class sizes. And, all of the data that we look at and comparing ourselves to other Orange County districts, we are one of the lowest. And so, but there's always those exceptions of some classes that are larger. And part of that is because teachers say, hey, I want more kids, let them all in. I was one of those teachers. Send them if they want to come. But in this case, we do have some limitations because we have committed to the social distancing. So this is where we're going to have to work with teachers on those larger classes, is what else can be done, because we can't put too many kids in one class and not honor that social distancing. Okay, so, alternatives, is there another setting for that one class, that one period that might be larger? Can they move to a larger class? Okay, those are challenges that we're gonna have to work out really at the site level, okay? But here's the other thing. Not all classes are built exactly the same in terms of spacing. And so we've already done some standard classrooms and set up desks to see how many we can fit in safely. And so I think with a little bit of creativity of sometimes moving furniture out, moving furniture around, it's amazing what you can do with creatively using your space. So that's what we're going to do, case by case basis, and make sure that we're safe. But you also heard the concept of layering our precautions. If we're wearing masks, if we have partitions, if we do the spacing, there's a lot of things that we can do. So even if it's not 6 feet exactly, we are taking care of other precautions to minimize the risk. Okay. So,
but it will be up to the principal to work with his teachers to figure out what they're doing.
Yeah, we can give some guidance, we can give some ideas, but when it comes down to it, that's what I call the fine tuning and making sure that by the time we open, we've worked those challenges out.
Okay, and then I have one more question, and this was brought to me by a special ed teacher. She didn't bring this question, but she was discussing it, who teaches SDC classes and is concerned, with behavior problems, and this is probably for Dr. Giacomo, but for people with behavioral issues, she was unsure how they're going to follow the guidelines. It may not be as easy. Are they going to get different training, have special resources? I mean, how's that going to work?
Well, teaching some students with behavioral needs is going to be a challenge. These are probably going to be the students who have difficulty wearing a mask and maintaining some of the social distance. So what we're doing is we continue to do like we've always done with these students, is to provide them with the support that we can. And we have appropriate PPE for the staff, because they are going to have to be closer to these students. Some of our instructional assistants, some of these students need hand over hand help with instruction. They need that in order to stay focused and to be able to access their education. So what we will do is just ensure that they have those safety procedures in place, washing their hands often, helping the students wash their hands often. The aides and the teacher would have the ability to wear a face mask and a face shield if they felt that they were at risk for being that close to a student and some of the secretions, or if the student is crying or upset. So that's how we're looking at it. And then again, working with families, we do know that special ed students haven't been in school since March either. And we know that all kids are going to experience some transition and some challenges, and we anticipate that for students with special needs as well. So it's really working with the staff to ensure their safety and the safety of all the students. We will have the plexiglass at the elementary, and then also at the secondary for those students who need it in those SDC classrooms.
Okay. And just one more thing, Mr. Lee-Sung, could you mention the addition of custodians?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have put that in there. So it's very important for everybody to know that, you know, we acknowledge in this environment that we need to enhance our custodial and cleaning services. So we have authorized, and we're in the process of hiring additional custodians, full-time custodians, part-time custodians, shifting some of our custodians from evening and weekends to make sure that we have enough support and services during the school day. And while not shortchanging the cleaning, the routine cleaning that we do in the evenings. So the district has committed to enhance that. So full-time, and I forget the number, I think it was 29 full-time and 22 part-time. It's a considerable number, and that's through the work and the analysis of Lance Bignick, our Director of Maintenance, to make sure he has what he needs in terms of staff to accomplish this.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
My turn.
Yes.
My question is for probably Dr. Sir and Mr. Drake. In looking at the AM/PM cohorts, and I'm thinking of the chart, and I'm thinking of the PM chart. So if you want to bring that up, that would probably help facilitate my question. But here's the question. Why can't AM/PM is a great plan. It's wonderful. I strongly support it. But it's going to be confusing, and parents always have a preference and may not get their preference. So PM cohort is perfect. Thank you. PM.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I think it would be very disruptive for the kids if they come to school in the afternoon all the time, that they have to come to school in the morning every other week. First of all, it's bad enough every other week, but to switch times. Why can't the teachers, it's the synchronous, asynchronous, and teacher prep. That can happen in the morning just as easily as it could happen in the afternoon, in my mind, as a former teacher and principal. So that is the only critique that I have. My colleagues have done a great job of mind reading and asking questions that I had. But that one particular piece, it just seems a whole lot easier to move 25 adults than maybe 250 children.
Yeah, but Ms. Matoye, you hit on something that we discussed in great detail, kind of pro. And
sorry, I didn't think of it sooner.
As you know, every great idea like that, there's some challenges or cons with that. And you know, I put a disclaimer in the approval that these schedules are subject to adjustment. Okay.
Okay.
And that could be one, but here's, we want to start here. Not saying that won't change for exactly the reason that you talked about, because it does create a routine for families. One of the downsides of doing that is if we do teacher PD district-wide, and we have some schools that are in the morning like that, it could prohibit some teachers from participating. So that was one of the reasons there. Okay, but you know, we will further consider that, and if there's an adjustment later for all the right reasons, I wouldn't count that out. Okay.
Thank you. That was one of the big things, is that it also lets parents know this is our very best skeleton that we can come up with right now. We're going to do our best to start with this, and we're certainly not going to not fix it or tweak it or slightly adapt it if something better comes along after we've been able to keep our head above water and breathe. So thank you. I appreciate your rationale and listening, and really and truly outstanding. I don't know how many people realize 6 to 7 days a week, 12 to 15 hours a day. And I know some people think, well, I could have come up with that in about 4 or 5 hours, but they don't talk about layering. They have no idea the layers that you guys have to go and the coordination. So thank you, thank you.
I'm going to just interject here because Trustee Barto put in here a question that sort of dovetails, and she would like you to clarify why we also moved from an AM/PM hybrid for high school. From, you know, we have the AM/PM hybrid, and why we moved that from high school. Is that correct, Trustee Barto?
Yes, thank you. I meant to ask that before.
Okay. So in other words, why we went to the full day?
Yes.
For secondary? Okay. So again, the primary driving force for that is safety. If we're looking at a half-day model for secondary, we are talking about, you know, thousands of kids not only arriving in the morning and another cohort coming in the afternoon. The transitions and the number of bodies and the number of classes changing throughout the day really takes away from the safety aspect. So that was one of the main driving forces with that. And we felt that having a half-day model at the elementary level, we were really only talking about 2 cohorts. And so it was much more manageable, and we felt that was still within the safety that we wanted to provide. But at the high school level, that would have been very, very challenging to have that many bodies and that many transitions throughout the day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Troy, student board member Troy Savota. You have a couple of questions.
All right. Hi. Yeah, I have a few questions. The number one thing I'm curious about is why the secondary schools do not have plastic barriers in the desks, especially for the teachers. I think that would be very helpful if they could have plastic barriers, especially given that you mentioned how, you know, we might not always be able to maintain a perfect 6 feet, you know, because we do have logistical constraints, and that's fine. But I strongly believe that having plastic barriers would alleviate a lot of those concerns. So why don't secondary schools have the same thing as elementary?
Okay. So first of all, let me clarify. We did mention that we would have the clear glass for teachers. So that is provided there if they're at their teacher workstation. For secondary, keep in mind that students are moving from class to class to class throughout the day. And with the elementary model with only 2 cohorts, that you could have it set up and that students you know, have their own space. At the secondary level, that we could not have an individual plexiglass there for students, because there will be at least 3 cohorts in the classroom on a given day.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know that the teachers have it. That is somewhat reassuring. That wasn't very clear in the, but thank you. Another question goes off the screening. Can we just get like a little like brief statement on like what exactly happens when you get to school and you get screened? Like, I know there's a lot of discussion about the temperature checks on, you know, we could do this, but what's like what would be the procedure if the parent, or like the parent drops them off at school, or the kid gets off the bus? Like, what's the next step right after that when you get to school?
Okay. Dr. Jocham?
Great question, Troy. What we are looking at the elementary level is, as students enter the classroom, that there will be a hand washing routine built in. So with some of them, it'll be in the classroom. Some of them may have students that are in the school restroom doing that. That's the first opportunity as kids enter into the classroom for the teacher to do just a visual check of kids as they're coming in. At the secondary level, it's the same thing. We are going to encourage It's not as easy to do that at the secondary level, but encourage either hand washing or hand sanitizer is available in every classroom for students to use as they walk into the classroom to start both their day and then also every period. And then again, it's just a visual wellness check by teachers of looking at the students who they will come to know and realize what kids normal is for a student, and you know, ask questions. Hey, Troy, you doing okay today? How's it going? And look for any symptoms like that. So that's what we're looking at for the student wellness check, visual wellness check at both elementary and secondary.
Sarah, could you also, you responded about masks for at the secondary level as another reason. Could you expand on that too?
It was just another with how Mr. Lee Sung answered the clear plastic barriers at the secondary level. One of the reason that we're doing it at elementary is we know that there's going to be some students who struggle with wearing masks. And we also, while we're highly encouraging students in younger grades to wear masks, it may not happen. So that's why the clear plastic barriers are an extra layer of protection. But at the secondary level, students should be comfortable and able to wear their masks and to practice social distancing and to follow the guidelines established within the classroom and the school to a higher level than we would expect elementary students to.
Thank you. Troy, do you have any more questions?
Yeah, like one or two more. But to respond to that, I'm just a little curious as to maybe, like, I know with secondary students, from my personal view, I'm not sure how reliable the masks and distancing really are, but I think we should look into possibly, like, if we maybe reconsider the screens and maybe provide cleaning after every period if possible. If that's not possible, then that's okay. But I think we should really look into that, and it'll really reassure a lot of people who are concerned about the cohorts not matching perfect distancing. A lot of the small I guess problems with like logistics could be alleviated by doing this thing. So I hope you guys take that into consideration. Another question I have is with regards to the COVID testing positive procedure. I know we've talked about this at previous board meetings, but it wasn't elaborated over here. I'm concerned not just about like which people get quarantined, although I would like to hear about that, but more like those students that do have to quarantine, they're going to be quarantined for 2 weeks, possibly all their teachers too. How does that look like from a planning perspective for teachers? How does that look like for students trying to stay engaged with their classes as they're online, but maybe some of their like their classes are in person? Like, what are there more details on that? Because there would be significant chunks of the student population and possibly teacher population that would have to come out of school should we get a positive case, which it is very likely that we would get 1 or 2 in our district.
All right, Dr. Jocham, would you like to respond to that? I know you actually have a very nice graphic in the reopening plan, but I don't have that ready to flash up. So could you just kind of talk through that?
Sure, I'm happy to. I feel like I'm doing so much talking, but I'm happy to help explain this. So what we have for a student or a staff member who tests positive and we know that they are positive for COVID, is it triggers a whole COVID reporting process for the district. And we do have a whole flow chart and a process set up that we are happy to share in terms of what those steps look like. And part of it for students involves, for both, but with students, it's contact tracing through the school nurse. So if we find out that a student is COVID positive, there's a whole protocol of questions that are asked of the student and of the family to determine if there are other people who what we would consider close contact, and those then anyone who we would consider who meets the criteria for a close contact would need to either get tested and receive a negative test, or quarantine for the 10 or 14 days. I can't remember off the top of my head what exactly the timelines are for that. And we do the same thing with staff, but we use our Director of Health Services, we use directors in human resources to follow up and do the same thing with any staff that are identified as COVID positive. In terms of what happens when those students are on quarantine, that would be something we would have to, it's almost a case-by-case basis of how you are able to do that. Obviously, it's going to be easier at an elementary level than a secondary level. And it may be that we are just able to, the students are just required to do the asynchronous work. The second thing is it all depends on the student's health. So we don't know how ill they are, if they're COVID positive, or versus being just a close contact where they may feel fine, but they have to be home. So we're looking at lots of options in terms of distance learning. How could they do that? Or would there be separate, what we would call home hospital instruction teachers to work with students who are who need to be home, and they help them keep up with their assignments, but the students wouldn't actually be in the virtual, excuse me, or in the online with their class. So there's lots of options. It kind of depends on the student and what their needs are at that time. But we're happy to share the process for both students and for staff.
Yeah, thank you. And one last question, just pertaining to logistics on like break and lunch, like for secondary primarily, break and lunch and pick up and like pick up after school, because everybody gets out at once, everybody goes to lunch at once. What does that look like?
Right. So Troy, so first of all, the most important point that I want to state here is that's why it's so important that we have half the students on campus. So you can imagine 50% of the students on campus rather than 100%. That's really important. So you can imagine coming to school, and there needs to be a plan in terms of where are the drop-off areas, where are the gates, so that we typically like to see things coming into one entrance or fewer entrances. In this case, we might be opening up entrances, and we might be coordinating, depending on the school site and the setup, that, you know, these grade levels come in through here, these grade levels come in through here, to make sure that everybody's not funneling into the same area. And the same thing with the drop-off. And so I know that schools are going to be looking at scheduling, staggering. The concept of staggering is really important, making sure there's enough spread in terms of traffic patterns. All of that is going to be part of the site-specific plan. We can give general guidelines, but when it comes down to it, their flow of their own campus, that's where they're going to have to come up with the plan. And we will be, as Trustee Yelsey mentioned, there is a requirement to have a site-specific plan. And that's the level of detail that will be in the site-specific plan. And of course, before we have in-person learning, those instructions will be given to staff and to students and parents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Black.
So I know the answer to this, not so much a question, but I would like Superintendent Lee-Sung, if you could share for the public about why we're not COVID testing everyone. And I've had handfuls of parents, but more so I've had more high school students. And one of the things that I've learned over the my tenure on the board is that our high school students really do have a finger on the pulse of what's going on in their school, especially at the secondary level. And it really came, home for me listening to Troy talk about that he knows his peers and he knows who's, being honest, and he knows where the risk is. Because I've heard from quite a few of, our high schools, which I did share with you earlier about phone calls that I received, especially when our families were making choices, that they don't trust that people are being honest. And so the question has come about, why don't we just test everyone? And I know that that's not realistic, because the minute you take a test, you can get it the next hour even, I'm exaggerating. But there is some concern about, about trusting, feeling, that we can trust. And I think going through all the, the measures that we're gone through, I think you've really done a good job of, doing the best that we possibly can if everybody cooperates. And so I was, going to say,
Okay.
we need to let these parents know why we're not testing, I think.
Yeah. So Mrs. Black, thank you for asking that question. First of all, I need to remind everybody, we have 19,000 students in this district.
More than that, actually.
19,000. So if we're going to be testing students, to have 19,000 tests administered is just not practical. I mentioned earlier that that is not part of any guidelines that we are seeing. And, if there's, anybody, whether it's staff or students, we have to rely on each other following these precautions, that if they're sick, to stay home.
Right.
And as you just heard Dr. Jocham state, there's a procedure in terms of how we inform people. And then there's testing done at that point. Or students need to stay home for a certain number of days, depending on the case and the circumstances. Mm-hmm. Test every single student before they enter campus. A is not practical. B is not part of the guidance. And C, I'm not so sure that's legally possible that we can.
Well, and that's kind of the trick question. And I'm glad we have Spencer here, but he said that you understand the answer, that it isn't under HIPAA laws, and we can't force somebody, even if they find out what we can't force anyone, to tell us the result or for us to share the results, I believe. Yeah. And that's another issue, because they are concerned. And and Sarah's saying it takes too long to get test results,
yeah, by the time it comes back. Yeah. Thank you for adding that one as well.
That's right. And so but it is something that they think would just be such a great remedy for it, and give them a little bit of, what I think is a false confidence. And, but I do know that there are students in our high schools and that are very, very concerned about what's going on, in their social world. And they do know that some people are at risk and whatnot. So anyway, I just think the public should know that, and they should have conversations with their own students, children. Thank you.
Okay.
I answered my own question.
Thank you all for the great conversations. I do have a couple of questions, and they're more sort of like logistics in terms of that. I'm always trying to think forward, because I'm learning the new word is pivot. We're pivoting, we keep pivoting back and forth. So for our families, the expectation is that once we open up in level 2 hybrid, you can't be a prognosticator, but is there an idea of what we're looking? If we go down to the next level after red, and we go down to the next level, and the next level, is the expectation from the state and the CDC to stay in level 2, or is the expectation that eventually, possibly in the spring, we could be going back to full on, back to a new normal? Or, I think that parents need to, what's the expectation? How long do you think we're going to be in this? As long as we need to, yes, but just give us a sense.
I wish I knew, Mrs. Floor, but you know, I hope our county continues to move in the right direction. You know, we're at red, and I'm actually going to share some data at the next presentation that you know, we're half in red and half in orange. You know, but I hope that does move in the right direction, and but that won't dictate directly what we do, but the state will respond to that. And you know, if we get to a better place, will the guidelines that we're required to follow now change and loosen up? And then we can look at what we're doing and adjust what we're doing so that we're still in alignment, but still following the safety precautions that are required at that time. So, you know, as you know, my 3-level plan here, you know, there is that level 1. You know, do we get to the point where we can go to a level 1? We might still have to have some precautions, but will they be lesser at lesser levels? So, you know, that's all. I want to maintain hope, but again, you know, we're going to take this a step at a time.
Okay. Then we know that we have lost a significant number of students and families to charters or homeschooling, pods, a number of them. And part of that was a reaction that we were not opening. So my question is given all the logistics that you're going through and the expectations of a hybrid, you know, there's going to be so many kids in each cohort. I mean, that's going to be it's almost like class size reduction again, that, you know, once we hit that 20 mark, it was close it off because we were going to get penalized. So how are we going to handle the potentiality that we have large groups of students coming back into our schools, and how do we address that in terms of getting them back into cohorts? I mean, I can't imagine that we're going to open up another classroom if we're 1 over in a cohort, but can you address that a little bit
Sure.
for our families and what that process is, what that process is going to look like?
Yeah. So first of all, I think it's important for me to start with this, that, you know, if you're a family in our attendance area and you've made the decision to leave us, first of all, I understand and I respect that, but I want to convey very clearly that when you're ready, or if you're ready to come back, we will have a spot for you at one of our schools and your home school. And we do this, you know, under normal circumstances, that we have families moving into our area. We have people who come back who, you know, may be living in another country for a while and come back. And if they live in our attendance area, we will find a spot. And if we have to adjust our staffing, we do that. We don't, you know, like to close classes because that's very disruptive. But once we've established it, and there have been cases where we get an influx of kids, the class sizes exceeds our what we consider our ranges or our limits, and then we add a class. It's a little disruptive. We try to do it at appropriate times during the year, but we will work that out. And but you know what? When a parent decides that they want to come back, they're welcome back. And I think that's the most important thing that I can convey at this time.
Perfect. Thank you. Another one is that for me, and I think a lot of parents are thinking about it, is materials, especially at the middle school. We have now distributed, every student has a Chromebook. Every student. Every teacher has a full-on laptop. Everybody has that. So is the expectation when either in the hybrid A or at the secondary, are they expected to bring that every day and go back and forth? I mean, I'm thinking of TK through 2nd grade, of taking my Chromebook and then going home and still being on my Chromebook. And then what materials are they going to have the consumables that they normally have, and are they going to have to be put away every day because, you know, is every kid going to have scissors, a ruler, crayons, the materials that we normally have grouped in a grouping, in a, you know, when our desks were pushed together, are they going to be, or are we going to be prepared? Are we supplying those materials?
Right. So one of the things in the guidance is we need to limit or eliminate sharing as much as possible. So that's one of the first things that I think, and is going to be an adjustment for teachers, is to evaluate, well, what do they really need to? What's essential in the instruction of my students? Do we need to share this? Do we need to use that? So that's the first thing. But, you know, there are some things that kids need to get the work done. And, you know, the guidance says, and we would certainly support this, that we provide individual kits for students, that they use their own supplies and items, okay? And you know what we have? We provide a nice healthy budget for our school sites, and they can order those and set up individual kits. Or if they're bringing things from home, that it's labeled as for that child. So we're really, really limiting sharing. Now, here's the other thing is that, you know, the world is shifting to a digital world. And it's very different when we were carrying around Peachy folders. Remember Peachy folders? Okay. We did Peachy folders wherever we went. So now the kids are carrying laptops. So whether they're in class, in person, they should have their laptop. Okay. I'm sure teachers are going to require that. And when they go home, they're going to have their laptop. So carrying that around wherever they are as a very important learning tool.
And I can just imagine our electrical bill because we're going to have plugs all over everything.
Yeah.
Another one is, I know that our district is committed to no combo classes other than the TK. Are we still committed to this in the hybrid model, especially at the elementary school? Well, it's only at the elementary school. Are we maintaining that commitment to minimize the need for combo classes?
All right. I wish I had a nickel for every time a board member has asked me that question. Because I know this is so important and something that we have clung on to for as long as we can. And I believe we have still stayed true to the fact that we have not gone into the world of combo classes. And this is through the work of our principals, through the work of Dr. Sir, to make sure that we really preserve that. And we think that's very important for our students, for our teachers, to really focus on that grade level. There's so much content, as you've heard in prior conversations with Mr. Drake, how important that content is. And it is very challenging when you're having to focus on content for 2 grade levels. Now, what that does do, and let me take this opportunity to express to parents, by us committing to no combos, which is, we think instructionally the best thing to do. What that does do is sometimes it creates this disparity in class sizes from one grade level to the next within the same school site. And that's why some parents question, gee, you know, why is my student's class, you know, with 28 when the next class is only at 21? And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We balance out the grade levels, but from one grade level to the next, there could be a disparity. Now, we can easily balance those numbers if we do combo classes all over the place. And we could probably save some funding with some teaching positions. But this district hasn't done that. We've maintained that, and we believe that's the right thing to do, even in this environment. Okay, so I'm clinging on to that again, to say that we're holding on to that. Okay, so thanks for asking again.
Okay, yes. I have.
Mrs. Floor, you want to explain what a combo class is? Because I'm sure everyone knows, but.
Sorry, mixed grade levels. Second and a third grade, kindergarten and first. We do have a couple of those sometimes, but TK, but it's really combining 2 grade levels into one class. I have finally two questions. maybe three. One is you talk about the school-specific plan. How is that going to be communicated to the parents? I think at this point in time, we need to make sure that every single site is communicating the logistics, the drop-off, and not just waiting until the next, school starts on the 29th if this passes, or the 12th if this passes, that we have communicated or over-communicated the logistics of where your kid's supposed to go, who you're supposed to, I can't stress that enough, and it's got to be, I'm going to harp on it again. The websites are not up to date, and I just went on them today, and they're still not up to date, some of them, and I will not name names, but some of them are not up to date. And I just think we need to make sure that we insist that either we get them all so we can see, or you get them all, or somebody's got to track to make sure that there is consistent, constant communication with our families in regards to distance learning, where their kids are placed, where they're picking off, when they're dropping off, what are the rules, we just have to do that. And so I'm just going to, I can't stress that enough. And so yeah. I hope that we're developing that, or it's developed through Mrs. Franco, that it's getting done.
Yeah, Mrs. Flores, so I just want to assure you, the site-specific school plan for COVID is a requirement for reopening. So that will be finalized. It will be available. We do need to post some information on not only our websites, but what you're describing is kind of the education. We're establishing very new routines that we've never had before, which will be part of the training, not only for students, but their parents. Parents need to know where they're going to drop off, where they're not going to drop off, what are the rules of what that looks like, and so on. So, and we at the district will provide the general information and guidelines, but what you're talking about are the specifics for every single school site. So that absolutely will occur.
Okay. I have two final questions. One is, we have received a number of emails from parents saying, I'm not wearing a mask. My kid is not wearing a mask. No way in hell is my kid wearing a mask. But they're coming to school. I think parents need to know what, Sarah, and there you are, I'm glad you popped back in, what we're going to do about those children and those families who insist on not wearing masks.
Okay, I will start this, and then I will hand it over to Dr. Jocham because she's at the ready. But first of all, in the state guidance, they have given us authority to say that it is required. It is required, like we said, 3rd grade and up, 2nd grade and below is strongly recommended. But if it is required, that we can send students home. And there is a process and a plan that's being developed on exactly how that is. I would hope that we start at the education stage before we move up any kind of progressive response to that. So Dr. Jocham, do you want to add to that?
Thank you. Just briefly, Dr. D'Agostino is working with site principals right now. We have an elementary plan and a secondary plan for students who refuse to wear masks. And it's based on overall our district philosophy, which has been both support and accountability. And so, we will have masks available. We are working with principals on, a first time infraction, second time infraction. It's very similar to a dress code violation, but we are looking at students who are in defiance of this requirement of them not being able to attend school. So principals are vetting that right now, and once we get that, we will we'll share it for your information as well. So everyone, and we'll post it so that parents and students are all aware of how important this aspect is and that we are taking it seriously.
Okay, and my final and my biggie. This is my biggie. We have families who do not want to return to school on September 29th. They elected not to do into the Cloud Academy because they want to come back to school in the model. There's no question that they want to return to school. They're just not right now prepared to come to school. They just don't feel that. What are we able to offer them? Are we opening up Cloud Academy? Or I mean, I know this is a biggie, but this is weighing on, I would say probably 35, maybe 40% of our families that are really, really torn because they don't want a full-on Cloud Academy or the Cloud campus for the whole year, but they're just not there yet.
Yeah. So, Ms. Floor, first of all, our start date for elementary, proposed start date is the 29th, and then for secondary, October 12th. I'm hoping over the next several weeks as we lead up to that day, that we really, provide the information. I think tonight we've discussed about much greater details in all the safety protocols. I hope that families really take the time to look at all of the safety measures, first of all, that we are implementing, and the guidance and the science behind all of that. I think that's really important that people look at that. And I'm hoping that by the time we get to the 29th, that people are feeling better, and that the experiences of schools around us that might be opening up before us will breed some confidence as well. And even if there is a positive case, to know that there's a very guided response on how we do that. And again, keeping people safe. But I hope that by the time we get there, that they will feel better on that. But as you recall, when we first made the decision about the virtual school, that was the option for parents to say, hey, if you really don't want to be in person, take the virtual learning option. And as you know, we have 1,700 students that took that option. Okay. Now, if a child has a medical condition and for some reason, maybe they just developed the medical condition and they can do in person, we take that from a case-by-case basis. All right. We would never put a kid in an unsafe situation based on their medical condition, but that's case by case. So I'm just hoping over the next few weeks that we communicate with parents after this decision. I know there will be a lot of questions from parents, and by then I hope they're in a position that they will be supportive of their child coming back to in-person learning. And again, we're taking it in stages. So I'm hoping that's what will occur.
Okay, great. I have two hands that just went up. Trustee Anderson and Trustee Barto.
I think.
And thank you.
Well, it's been up for a while, but I have a patient.
Yes, I put you up there. Yes.
So to follow up on that, so taking things in stages. I know at various points, several of us have recommended doing a parent survey at this point because things have changed so dramatically. So rather than waiting and seeing till what happens on the 29th, I would like to suggest again that we do a parent survey similar to the one, there's been multiple surveys that are done at several districts near us. So we have a better reading on what parents want. There are some parents who may want to go into the cloud now that we're going back. There are some parents who want to leave the cloud. Like I feel like as a district, owe it to ourselves to be prepared for what happens. And I think it will really help a lot of parents if they can respond. So again, I want to please put that forward. The sooner we can do that, the better, please. And then I also wanted to follow up on Team Equal. So it was something that came to my attention after we did the question. So Team Equal doesn't have 8 periods, they have 6. So before I just wanted to get some clarification on what T-Winkle specifically looks like for this model. Is there one class that's 2 hours? So T-Winkle specific, I would love to have an answer to that. And again, I think I continue to hear a lot of questions every day from our teachers. I would love if, Russell, you could go to each school site and sit down with teaching staff safe distances, maybe on blacktop under the solar panels, and just open up a dialogue with our teachers and our staff so they directly can interact with you and ask questions. I think it would be really beneficial. I think it would be a win for you. I think to hear directly from teachers, and to see you at their campus would mean a lot. I think it would alleviate a lot of maybe some confusion. So, I mean, I literally am getting questions about like, well, what do I do in the afternoon with my students? So, I mean, really like basic level questions some teachers don't know the answers to yet. So I think it would be helpful if you could do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Yes, I had it in my notes from earlier and I forgot. Ensign, what is going on with that? I've been asking for an update specifically for 2 or 3 weeks at this point, and the first update I had was a phone call today from the school saying that their front office was closed because of construction, and that was a robocall that went to all the parents. I know I've been told that it will be ready if the kids are there, but like it does not look like anything is happening at all. And in 3 weeks, having driven by every day, I've maybe seen construction people once. So I've been asking for an update and I have not received one. And I just don't know how, if we go back on October 12th, how that's safe for the kids to be there.
Okay. So first of all, Mrs. Barto, the board will get a full report on Ensign tomorrow, and maybe on the 15th when we have our regular board meeting, we can provide a short update to the public on that, okay? So I apologize for the delay of the report that I had promised at the end of last week, okay? But I think the one thing I want to assure parents and students and staff is that when we're ready to reopen in person, that Ensign will be able to also open in person. I think that's the most important thing that I'd want everybody to hear, okay? And then I think Trustee Anderson, you asked a question about a T-Winkle schedule, so I'd like Mr. Drake to respond to that very briefly.
It's also Ensign.
Yeah, the two 6-period schedules, T-Winkle and Ensign, will still follow the same concept. The 2 full days, their periods will definitely be longer. I would say they range from, probably 115 to 125 minute periods.
Can I call for the question?
You bet. I was just going to do that because there are no hands up. I am assuming that all questions at this point in time have been answered. The item we are discussing and what would like a motion on is to approve the start dates and instructional models for reopening of elementary and secondary schools in level 2. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Snell.
No.
Trustee Snell made the motion. Trustee Matoye seconded it. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Matoye?
Yes.
Okay. We are now on to 7B. I am assuming that some people would like to take a 5-minute break. We have employees that have been sitting at their desk forever. And those of us that are old need to have a break, to be real honest. So, or we can continue on because we have 20 minutes of public comment, and we can always, if you prefer, we can just forge ahead. And those of you who need to take a break, please do so. It's your choice.
I think a break is great. I would love to hear a follow-up from John Drake next week though about T-Winkle and Ensign, and how that's going. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, I was going to say that we should just move on, because if we've all read the public comments.
I was talking more about a personal 5 minutes of personal. I thought I saw a couple of other hands that said yes. There were some.
But I think what Mrs. Snell is saying is that people who need to leave while we're reading the public comments
can do so. That's fine with me.
If you happen to be gone and it's your turn, one of us will pick it up.
Okay, perfect. All right. So we're moving on to item 7B, approved direction to superintendent to pursue TK through 6th grade waiver for reopening. It's on page 41. So Trustee Anderson.
Yes. Is this the Alicia one?
Yes.
Okay. Alicia Volkov, please move to 1, apply for K-6 waiver. 2, open schools ASAP. 3, allow full-time at soonest, like private schools and waiver allows. And 4, be more transparent about safety actions taken and plan for district and individual schools, saying stockpile of PPE doesn't cut it. What we have done relative to the CDPH industry guidance. Sorry, it's in bullets. We have nearly 600 signatures in support of the waiver and no direct response to the petition. This is disappointing. We deserve leadership and action.
Great, thank you. Trustee Barto.
Mine is from Alyssa Wustfeld. I am writing to show my support for applying for the waiver. I believe this is the only way to protect our schools from the ever-changing rules our governor puts into place. Please apply for the waiver so our students can remain on campus with their teachers and peers. This is what's best for their education and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Black?
Yes, my community member is Corey Tippett. If the district chooses to not apply for the waiver, please give parents detailed reasons why. Just saying it is hard due to our diverse population is not an acceptable answer.
Thank you. I have Kimberly. As of September 9th, well over 130 schools in Orange County have applied and been granted the waiver. Why did the NMUSD choose not to apply? What has the school board done during all summer to prepare for the in-person learning? The plan to open has never changed, just the timing of it. How many of the school board members have taken the interest and time to observe the distance learning and watch the frustration of the elementary children? I can tell you my 8-year-old is a ball of stress daily. Why? Because he is confused with online learning. He doesn't understand it. There is little direction. He is so frustrated he screams. Mind you, this is a far cry from a norm for him. It breaks my heart to see our kids going through this. It doesn't appear that the school board or superintendent have children of our community at their best interests or seem to care. The long-term effects of this is something no one will be prepared for. The teachers are doing everything they can with their hands tied. Why is the NMUSD not keeping up with neighboring schools and more proactive? This is very disheartening to the parents and children. I want my child at school. I want to be able to go to work and not worry he is crying, staring blankly at a computer. Our kids need to be back in school, back to the plan you gave us in July. Why has that changed? Why has that changed when our numbers are only improving? Very frustrated. Thank you.
Okay, my comment is from Maya Wilson. We need to have a waiver so we can have some consistency for our children and teachers. Being on this limbo is not good for anyone. Most school districts in Orange County have already applied for this. I don't understand why Newport-Mesa is so behind in this.
My comment is from Marty McNamara. As a father of 2 elementary age children, I am in favor of a recommended motion for agenda item 7B. Approved direction to the superintendent to pursue TK6 elementary waiver for reopening. Thank you for considering my request, which is made in the best interest of my children, along with many other children in the district.
Thank you.
My comment is from Katie Jacoby. I am writing to express my full support of Newport-Mesa perusing the waiver to allow our elementary school students to resume in-person education. As a parent of 1st and 4th grade students, I witnessed firsthand the detrimental effects of Zoom learning. The mental health effects and learning loss are simply too great to allow our students to remain in distance learning long term. Please allow for the waiver and get our elementary students back to school ASAP.
Thank you.
Mine is from Allison Harris. Our kids need to be back in school. It's important for their social and emotional development. Please apply for the waiver. We switched our son to a Catholic school that applied and was granted the waiver because Zoom isn't an option for him. Our daughter is still at Newport L and we'd very much like to see her return in person.
Thank you.
My community member is Jennifer Alva. Please submit a waiver so that Newport-Mesa Unified School District can return to the classroom with the PPE protocol so that our schools can resume and stay open despite the ever-changing rules by the governor. It is apparent that we cannot rely on the governor to do what is best for our children. If we do not submit for the waiver, then we might constantly be shifting between online and in-person learning, which could be costly and disruptive. It is so disheartening to see our district be so unorganized and behind where our peers are.
Thank you. Mine is from David Smith. I would like to recommend applying for a waiver so in-school instruction would begin. My grandchildren are struggling with the online schooling. It's difficult to stay focused for them, and I feel they are falling behind in their education. Thanks.
This Lindsay Benger. Please apply for the waiver. Kids should be allowed to go to school during this uncertain time.
You know, I'm sorry I'm next, but mine is out of order. Can someone else read mine?
Sure. You're on mute, Charlene.
Harder. That makes it a lot harder to hear. This is from Daniel Lazar. Myself and other parents I know in the district are very disappointed that Newport-Mesa hasn't already pursued the waiver to reopen. It's very sad that the government and school districts are taking the desires of the teachers union over the needs and desires of parents and kids. All children, including my 2 children in Newport-Mesa who get their education online, are receiving a poor, low-quality education and not getting their social needs met. The teachers union just cares that the teachers get to relax at home while parents struggle to balance their jobs, childcare, and educating their kids. I'm tempted to pull my kids out of school altogether. Please pursue this waiver.
I think people don't understand about the teachers union in our district. My comment is from Melissa Diamond. We are in favor of the start date to reopen our schools under the level 2 plan, and we strongly encourage the approval for direction to the superintendent to pursue TK6 elementary waiver for reopening. Providing the best chance for consistency by staying in school is crucial for our kids' education and well-being, and we applaud the effort to provide the very best option for our kids. Although there are sure to be unexpected setbacks this school year, we support every step towards controlling what we can. Thank you for your commitment to our kids' education.
Trustee Yelsey, did you read? Did we skip one?
No, I read Mrs. Yelsey's and mine.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I have Julianne Papa. Please apply for a waiver to let children go back to full-time learning on campus. They need hands-on experiences, social interaction, and collaboration with much less screen time.
My community member is Jessica Wood. I am strongly urging you to apply for the K-6 waiver. After Orange County is off the watch list and we are allowed to resume school, who is not to say that our OC numbers will not rise again and put us right back where we started. Newport Beach and Costa Mesa have substantially lower numbers than other cities in Orange County. If these other cities' numbers spike, we are included in the shutdown. The waiver allows us to have the option to stay open if this were to happen. As Mayor O'Neill has stated, this keeps the power in the hands of the district, not the state. It will be extremely difficult to keep up with the state's back and forth guidelines and will be disrupted to send the kids to school, only to have them sent back to virtual learning because the state changes its mind. Please reconsider your decision and apply for a K-6 waiver.
Thank you. I have Elizabeth. Please approve the direction for superintendent to pursue TK through 6 elementary waiver for reopening. Our children need consistency in applying for the waiver. I would believe I believe would give them that. I'm afraid if we don't, the government will keep changing their minds and our kids will be back in and out of school, which is not good for their mental health. Please approve agenda item 7B.
Mine is from Andrea Heslington. Our kids need to be back in school learning amongst their teachers and classmates face-to-face as soon as possible with safety measures in place, of course. Mrs. Yelsey, you're muted.
Got it. Mine is from Magnus Christensen. Our family urges a waiver application and as soon as possible, full opening and full-time on-campus schooling for elementary school until 6th grade for the sake of our children, mental health, and their chance to keep up with private schools.
My comment is from Stephanie. In regards to the waiver for K to 6, I urge Newport-Mesa to still apply. Now that Orange County is off the watch list and we are allowed to resume school, which is not to say that our neighboring cities' numbers will not rise again and put us right back where we started, Newport Beach and Costa Mesa have been substantially lower numbers than other cities in Orange County. If these other cities' numbers spike, we are included in the shutdown. The waiver allows us to have the option to stay open if this were to happen. It gives Newport-Mesa the power, not the state. Please reconsider your decision and apply for the K-6 waiver.
Mine is from Melissa Edmonds. I am writing to urge our superintendent to please pursue TK through 6 elementary waiver for reopening. I strongly believe that in-person instruction is academically and socially critical for younger students, such as my own 1st, 3rd, and 4th grade students. Our family supports our school opening safely, and we'd like to see our representatives make decisions based on science and data, not politics. Thank you.
My community member is Olga Wagner. Please do not pursue TK6 elementary waiver for reopening. I and my family are extremely concerned about school safety. If it reopens in person mode, my children lost their beloved grandmother a few months ago. She passed away after contracting the COVID-19 virus, and our family knows firsthand about the danger and the consequences. Are there any plans to revisit safety in lieu of providing an additional layer of protection for students? The current HVAC system needs to be retrofitted to create negative pressure in the buildings. Infectious viral particles that can drift around in the air for several hours are thriving in the regular HVAC system that recirculates the air. We understand that many people are tired of isolation and want to return to regular life. But the consequences of second COVID-19 wave might come roaring back because lockdown measures are ending and because the flu season is upon us. We would like to be proven wrong, but the flu season is coming and the second wave is very real risk. We think Orange County schools should wait until it's safer to reopen.
Thank you. Mine is from Jose de la Jara. Please, dear board and superintendent of NMUSD, apply for the waivers to start the return to school and help provide the children at least some sort of normalcy eventually. Also, a lot of families are struggling with keeping their kids home and working, leaving families struggling financially. Could the district help with some after-school daycare facilities? We appreciate the efforts and hope we can return soon.
Karen Wool-Smith says, please don't apply for a waiver. The restrictions are in place for a reason. Let's be respectful of the experts and of our children's safety and wait until it is truly safe to return.
Mine is from Stacy Euler. We need our children back in school. Even the most self-motivated students are struggling. They aren't able to focus and engage. Kids with attention and learning issues can't possibly be held to the same standards of a person in classroom teaching. We are a family of 4, and both my husband and I work full-time. I am disappointed that things have not improved from the spring. I am still required to work a second shift each day, anywhere from 2 to 6 hours, helping my children with their schoolwork. These long days are not sustainable. I am not a teacher. I do not want to be the one teaching my children, and yet here we are again. We have not improved distance learning from the spring. It is so disappointing. Please let our children go back to school so they can learn, be social, and have improved mental health.
My comment is from Alicia Downing. I have 2 children at Mariners Elementary, 1 in TK and 1 in 1st grade. Distance learning is a struggle every day. They are not old enough to navigate online learning, and the constant back and forth between apps is confusing for everyone. I am also concerned that staring at a computer screen for hours a day is unhealthy at this age. I think everyone can agree that young children need in-person learning. So whether that is accomplished via a waiver or other means, my family is in full support of in-person learning ASAP. Thank you.
Trustee Barto, I'm going to read Tamara's at the end. So can you take mine?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll just wait till we get to yours.
Sure. Thanks.
My community member is Becky Bethel. School board members and Superintendent Lee Sung, thank you for pursuing the elementary waiver for reopening. This provides our district local control during an ever-changing political environment in the state of California. Our family supports your decision and will work with our schools and teachers to make this transition safe and successful for the students and teachers. Thank you also for voting on a back-to-school day. We can now all plan for a successful return into the classroom.
Trustee Barto.
Yeah, thank you. I've got Nikki Crary. We support NMUSD pursuing a waiver to reopen schools. We think it is in the best interest of the students and teachers to attempt in-person learning with appropriate safety protocols in place.
Dr. Meredith May. We demand that Newport-Mesa immediately apply for an elementary school waiver from the Orange County Public Health Agency in order for our children to attend TKK school full-time. We demand our school open full-time. We refuse to participate in this half-day daily hybrid. The waiver should have already been applied for and approved months ago. All the other OC private schools did so. Right now, we can pay to send our children to a private school every day for a regular school day from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. You are forcing us to send our children to private school. We demand our money back, and that is taken from us every month from our hard-earned paychecks for services we are not receiving. We demand our money back. We want our tax money to pay for the school of our choice, school choice. We want our children back in school full-time now. This distance learning is not working for TKK students. A waiver must be actively and diligently pursued immediately. We will not live in limbo with the ever-changing California guidelines. We demand that Newport-Mesa apply for and get approved for a waiver for our elementary school children to attend school no matter the color tier we are at or the governor's option. This is no way to live, and we refuse to do this anymore. Los Alamitos Unified School District, the public school district in Orange County that applied and was approved for a waiver, allowing them to start school this week.
Thank you. Trustee Yelsey.
My comment is from Andrea Wood. It is essential that schools reopen for in-person learning. Children are not inspired and are losing faith in our leadership. Through using safety protocols, our youth, tomorrow's future, need to come back to the classroom. It is essential.
Trustee Anderson.
My comment is from Rebecca Pereno. Data has shown this virus is not as dangerous as originally thought. Keeping our kids out of school is an unnecessary measure to stay safe. Read the new CDC reports that state number of deaths is super low compared to how we are treating this. Not opening the schools is the same as closing down the second anyone gets the flu. It's insane. This has gone on long enough. Parents need to go to work, kids need to go to school. For those that say, well, we prepared for distance learning, so give it a try, it's the same as saying you prepared for a war. Who cares if one side surrendered? Continue on with the war.
Great. Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Things need to change immediately. Los Alamitos waiver was approved and kids are in school. Has Newport applied for the same? I also want to know who is against opening. We need you to be transparent with these voters so we can adjust leadership as needed. It's disheartening to know that people in our schooling system are using our children as pawns for political gain. Sincerely, concerned parent.
Thank you. Trustee Black.
Yes, mine's Brady Fink. Please consider submitting for a waiver. In the case that numbers shift again, I'd like to have the waiver in place so that our children are not forced through another transition back into the home. I've read from the district that the waiver takes too much time, and it would not be in our interest to pursue it, as we may be returning anyway. We need that waiver in place for the future shifts. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. I have Jennifer Messenger. As a Newport Beach resident and mother of 2 NMUSD children, I am strongly in support of NMUSD applying for the waiver to allow for in-person learning. Many children rely on school as a safe place, and those that need it the most are the ones that are suffering. The mental health of our children should be our #1 priority during this time. As a worker in one of the riskiest professions during this pandemic, I can say firsthand that diligent hand washing and masks have protected me over the last 4 months, and I know that with similar strategies, schools, teachers, and students will be safe too. The risk to our students' mental health status associated with not going to school far outweighs the risks of COVID, especially at our current standing of 10,000 cases daily. I feel that every decision should be made about the children and their best interest, and as parents and legal guardians, we should be able to decide what would be best for our individual students and home situation. Some will opt out for the cloud and others for in-person. Please give us the power to choose. Don't make the decision for us.
John Farrell says, come on people, my kids aren't learning anything in school right now with distance learning. The district was not prepared for this fall still, and our kids are suffering. Please reopen our schools. We can't live in fear, and frankly, the data is showing the COVID death rate is minimal in percentage compared to causes of other death. Our kids need to be back in school and back to learning. Step up or move out of your position.
And that is the end of the 20-minute time period.
Okay, great. And then let me finish with again from Tamara Fairbanks, NMFT president. I didn't ask Troy if he had, but has he left? He may have gone. It's a school night. Okay, dear trustees, as a union, NMFT has been blamed for not endorsing an elementary waiver. The truth is, NMUSD is not ready. Since April, we have been asking for clear and focused protocols regarding the safety measures the district is willing to make in order to keep our kids and employees safe. The answers we have received were vague and incomplete. As an educator, I hold the tenets of my profession and promise to never put a child in harm's way. I stand by that as a teacher and as a union leader. I don't want to place a child in a position to breathe in a place where the air may not be clean. I do not want to place a child in the circumstances where desks may not be clean. I do not want to isolate a child with a clear barrier, isolating him or her from her friends, unless it's the best thing for them. I do not want a child to bring anything home to their family or my family because one person decided they did not care about anyone else's health. Our members have been moving mountains to educate the best way possible. Even as they are being berated and screamed at by people for not teaching in person, they stand steadfast doing the best for their students anyway. As they steadfastly do their job, NMUSD needs to do the maximum for our safety if they wish to come back early. We want a safe place to work. If I know the safety protocols at the Apple Store and the DMV, then NMUSD should display the safety protocols at our schools. It should be not less than that. As a union that stands for quality instruction, a safe environment, and a quality workforce, let's focus on getting your kids back to the safest way possible when all measures are in place and clearly identified. Let's create a plan that allows us to return at level 3 once we get there. Okay, so moving on to item 7B, Superintendent Lee-Sung.
Okay, so I put together a presentation of information that I think is important to really dig into deeply and to analyze exactly what the waiver is and what the context of a waiver applies to. And so I'm going to take a bit of time to talk about the actual language in the law, just so that the board clearly understands what the waiver is not, and how it applies to our current situation here in Orange County. So first of all, I want to go back to this slide, which I shared earlier. And this talks about the state system that monitored the levels at the various counties. And if it exceeded the criteria, that the county ended up on the county watch list or monitoring list. And with that, there was the guidance that said that if your county's on the watch list, you cannot reopen to in-person instruction. And like I shared earlier, that Orange County was on that list, and we were making progress to move off of that list. And then in August, end of August, the state created a different system under the Blueprint for a Safer Economy plan. And this is a 4-tiered level plan. And initially when this plan first came out, Orange County was placed on the highest level, tier 1, which is the purple. And as of Tuesday, September 8th, the county was moved to the red tier, which is level 2 or tier number 2. And that's where you see Orange County down here. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we are set to be eligible to open up, all Orange County schools eligible to open up as of September 22nd under this new system. And I'll point out here, because I do have some data later on, that the main criteria is the new cases and the positivity rate. And in order to be in the tier 1, it would be more than 7 or more than 8% in this category. Okay, so I'll reference that a little bit later in the presentation. All right, this language is a lot of words, and I don't intend anybody to read it completely. I'm going to highlight 3 key sentences that I think are pertinent to the conversation and discussion we're having tonight. But this is language right out of the California Department of Public Health website as it relates to waivers, and specifically here with schools. So the 3 sentences that I want to focus on are the ones that I'm highlighting here. But I've zoomed in because I know the board doesn't like small text, so I'm going to zoom in and focus on the first 2. And so again, this is from the Department of Public Health website, updated as recently as this past Tuesday. So the first part of this talks about when a waiver is applicable. So schools in counties within tier 1 are not permitted to reopen for in-person instruction, with an exception for waivers granted by the local health department for grades TK6 only. Okay, so that's the part of the waiver. It's when a county is in a tier that does not allow in-person instruction. So therefore, you're waiving that rule. You're seeking a waiver of that rule because you want to move into in-person when your county is not permitted. Okay. The second part of this is that schools are eligible for reopening for in-person instruction following the school sector specific guidelines. Once the county is out of tier 1, so in this new system, it's when we're in tier 2 for at least 14 days. And that's the period that we're in right now, okay? And they're just comparing it to the old system, which is the county monitoring list, okay? So they're making that connection. But the key thing here that I want to point out is that regardless of whether we reopen on September 29th under a waiver or not a waiver, both scenarios, we have to follow the guidelines, the specific guidelines. That's really important to know because based on some of the comments that we received, I get the impression that some people might have a misconception that if we have a waiver, we don't have to follow guidelines. So I want to make that very clear. And the guidelines are the mask, the social distancing, the hybrid model that we just approved. All of that has to be in place. In fact, you're going to see that's part of the waiver process is to ensure that you are implementing those safety guidelines. So the safety guidelines do not go away with a waiver. Okay, so here is the process. to apply for a waiver. And it is, first of all, that you would submit the waiver application to the Orange County Health Officer at least 14 days prior to the desired opening date. Okay, you provide evidence of consultation with labor and parent organizations. And I want to talk about consultation for just for a moment. So we all understand consult is you would have a formal meeting, you would consult, you would describe what this is, and you would get impact or feedback. So the intent of consult is to understand, to see if there's a level of support, okay? It's not to the level of approval, but there is an intent behind consult, which is to gain a level of support. So I know there's been some questions about, well, you just have to consult, you don't have to get support, but that is the intent behind consulting. You don't just listen to people, check it off the list, and move on. There is a level of support that is intended here. The next one is that you would publish your reopening plans that are in adherence to the California Department of Public Health guidelines, and you put that on the state. So there it is, that you have to assure that you're doing that. Then the health officer would then make a determination to grant the waiver or not, by reviewing the application, looking at the local data, consulting with the state, and then they would approve or deny that within 14 days. So that's the process. Now, what happens after reopening? Okay, so this is another area that I want to make sure we're all on the same page with understanding what the rules are and how a waiver applies or doesn't apply. But in the guidance, it says that if a school, what if a school or district reopens to in-person instruction, but the county later on is placed on the county monitoring list, or now in our new system moves to tier 1 purple, okay? So the response here on this part of the guidance is that the school should begin testing. That's the surveillance testing that I mentioned earlier in the meeting, okay? But are not required to close. That's the key part of this, not required to close. Because once you're open, and even though the county data gets worse and the tier moves up, we are not required to close. That's really important to understand. And then here it's restated again in another part of the guidance, but worded a little differently, okay? As stated in the July 17th school reopening framework, schools are not required to close if a county moves back to tier 1. And then there they reference the surveillance testing. So now, if you click on this link here, okay, click on this link, it takes you to this document, another document. And this document goes into greater detail of what happens when you have to reopen or close a school under different circumstances. So focusing on this document, there is a section right here that says, what's the criteria for closing a school, okay? And so they talk about that the criteria for closing a school is when there are multiple cases in multiple cohorts at the school, or when there's at least 5% of a total number of students, staff, and teachers at the school site within a 14-day period. And then you have to consult with your local health officer. So that's the criteria for closing a school. It's not advancing to a tier later on, okay? If the county data goes up or parts of our county, the data goes up, it moves our average and we move to a higher tier. This is the criteria for closing a school. Then the next question is, what about closing the district? Okay, so this is the guidance here. So it says the superintendent should close a school district if 25% or more of the schools have to close within a 14-day period. Okay, you notice the word should. And here again, you have to consult, or what we would have to consult with the local public health department to make that final determination. Okay, so again, it has nothing to do with the tiers that are occurring in other parts of our county or averages that, that might move up and affect us. So it really is more of a localized situation, that if a particular school has a rise of cases, multiple cohorts, multiple cases, more than 5%, then that particular school would need to go to distance learning for a period of time, okay? So I want to make sure that there's a full understanding that the waiver, once we open, doesn't dictate what happens with school closures or even district closures. So now what's happening in our county? Okay, so on September 8th, the county did move from the purple to the red, okay? And so now we're in that 14-day period set to open on the 22nd. But here are our numbers in Orange County. And I just checked it this past Tuesday, which is the day of the week that they update the numbers. And we're at 5.2 per 100,000 in our population and 4.2 in our positivity rate. So if you recall that there's that chart that I'm going to show in just a minute of where we are, but keep track of that number, 5.2 and 4.2. And the final point on this slide is that we are set to be eligible as an entire county to reopen our schools as of September 22nd. So here is that chart. Remember I said, remember 5.2, and that falls into this level right in here, okay? And our positivity rate is 4.2. That's actually in the level below over here, okay? And, but the rules of the system is that if you're straddling two different tiers, you would fall into the higher, the more restrictive tier, okay? But right now we're in red. If our numbers continue to reduce in this category and stays at least the same here, we could end up at some point moving into the moderate tier. All right, so some final considerations here that I would like to close my presentation with is, again, Orange County is eligible for reopening as of September 22nd, okay? Newport-Mesa has proposed and now approved that we are reopening our 22 elementary schools as of September 29th. So that will happen with or without a waiver. Waivers are used when the county is not eligible to reopen schools. So once Orange County becomes eligible, the waivers are no longer necessary. And here's something with the new system. This new state four-tier system reacts slower to changes, okay? And the data that occurs in a county, it moves at a slower pace. And so here's some of the criteria or the rules of the four-tier system is that you need to remain in a tier for a minimum of 3 weeks. So it is a very slow moving system. And you have to meet both of those measures for the prior 2 consecutive weeks to move tiers. So in order for us to move back up to the higher purple tier, because we're in red right now, we would have to have 2 consecutive bad weeks of data in order to move up to the higher level. But again, the tiers do not affect our schools once we are open, okay? So once the schools are open, the four-tier system driven by Orange County data overall does not cause an individual school or a district to close either with or without an elementary waiver, okay? And again, the closure is determined by the cases at that particular school site, and I shared with you that criteria. So that is the information I wanted to share to make sure we all have a common understanding of what the waiver is and what the waiver is not and how it affects us or does not affect us. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Russell. I think we're going to have a quiz on this afterwards. We're going to play Kahoot or some other type of learning game so that we can get all these facts and figures correct. I have 2 hands up, Trustee Yelsey and then Trustee Snell.
Thank you.
Now I'm at Bartow. Okay.
I'm really disappointed that it took our district this long to discuss the waiver. It's no surprise, I don't think, to anybody listening right here, that I have wanted this since we could first apply, because I felt that it was important that we have local control. Yes, we were not going to open if we felt it was unsafe, but I think if we had had the waiver, that we would have been in control of our destiny as to when we wanted to open. And now we're at the point where it's being presented as we don't need the waiver to open, but I don't mean to be disrespectful to the California Department of Public Health, but they have changed their direction and opinions on things many times during this. They've moved the goalposts. They've changed guidelines. They've literally made it so I don't know whether we can believe what they're saying or not. So when we say once we open, we don't need it, well, and Superintendent Lee-Sung presented that if we were open and the county went on tier 1 again, we wouldn't have to close. But I don't trust that would happen, because I think they can change their guidelines again. As I think Superintendent Lee-Sung, when you were talking to us last week, you said that, I believe it was in a conversation with Dr. Chow from the county department, and he said, somebody asked a question, and he said, if schools would have to close again, and your comment was, he said, one never knows due to the constant changes. And that's what I'm concerned about. We don't know, because things have changed so much. So even though I know it would take some work, and I think Harbor Council could work with us in getting conversations with the parent groups at the schools, I don't think that would be that difficult. Even though we don't need it to open on the 29th when we're starting to open, I feel that we need to have it for the local controls still in the future, because we can't be confident of what the state guidelines are going to be. And it's just surprised me that we are a board that has always wanted local control on everything. And this is one that we have just ceded to the state to tell us what to do. So my feeling is I would like to go after the waiver.
Thank you. Trustee Snell.
I agree with all the public comments that want our kids to go back to school. And I think none of us disagree with that. And I want our kids to go back to school, but we made a commitment. We made a commitment early on with this pandemic to our parents and to our teachers that we would not go back until it was deemed safe by the CDC and local health departments. And I intend to uphold that. I'm all for local control, but I don't see any scientists on this board that are capable of making the decision that, or have the background to make the decision that the health department does. Things have changed because things have changed in this pandemic. How things are viewed have been changed. And I believe that many parents would have made a different choice about going to the Cloud Academy if they had known that we were going to apply for a waiver so that we could make the decision about when it's safe for our kids to go back to school. I think they would have said, wait a minute, I'm keeping my kids out. If I'm gonna have 7 people with no scientific background make that decision. Further, I just, I want all the kids to get back to school, and I feel badly that we're being that this is turned into such a political subject, whether to get the waiver or not get the waiver. Every comment I heard, there was very few that really addressed the waiver, why they wanted the waiver. They just want their kids back in school, and we're doing that. We're going to bring them back to school, and if it turns out to not be safe, then we won't be able to keep them in school. My other point is, while most of our areas are in the right level, the red level, we still have an area in our school district that is not. We have an area, 92627, that is above, that is still in the purple. I mean, they're not going to be in the purple because they average it out, but there is still danger out there. So I strongly would like our board to go through with what we promised our parents and our teachers, and go by the CDC and the local health department guidelines for opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Thank you. I would like to quote Dr. Chow, who's the leader of the county health department, who encouraged schools to apply for the waiver. He is a scientist. He is an expert. I am not, and I think if our local health expert is encouraging school districts to apply, that we should take that opportunity, as other school districts have. Not every school that applied was approved. Initially, 130 applied, and over 130, only 70 were approved. Many were told to come back and revise their safety protocols before they would be accepted. We've had so many sets of changing rules, and if our local health department feels that it is safe to grant schools the right to be open because they have certified our safety protocols, I feel that I can trust my local health department to make that decision. Being shut down by the health department is something that people are concerned about, not being allowed to remain open by the health department in general. And in terms of safety and health, the mental health of students in distance learning, I hear stories of people for whom it is going well, but overall it is just so sad to watch students have these mental health problems that they didn't have before distance learning. The anger and the depression and the anxiety, even especially in very young children who were previously pretty happy. I think that my biggest reason for wanting the waiver is because I think it actually gives us legitimacy that our health protocols are good, because we have to present them to the community. We certainly have gone over it and over enough times with the community, and would definitely fall into the category of having consulted with parents at this point. But by our own standards are asking to do more, and I think that that's great. And we want to meet with all the parent groups and present that. I think it also lets parents and teachers in the community feel safer when they see all the work that we put in and how really we're working so hard to limit the transmission among students and teachers. And finally, the fact that we have to post our protocols really solves a problem where people who aren't sure what those are can have them posted and find out what they are and see them. And if the County Department of Health comes back and says, sorry, those aren't good protocols, well, then we know that we need to go back and do better. I like that stamp of approval, and I don't think we need to open before the 29th, because I think we need to have that in place. But if the goalposts do move again, we can say, look, we have great safety protocols. They're posted, you can view them. The county health department reviewed them. They're in agreement that we are safe. So that would be why I'd be in favor of the waiver.
Okay, Trustee Anderson.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think this is something that I like information, and I like accurate information. And I think one of the things for me that I struggle with is we were supposed to be opening up September 8th, and then that got pushed back. And, you know, I look at the Orange County Healthcare Agency website right now, and it says Orange County is currently in a blended purple and red tier, purple/red. So on the county website, it's not clear what tier we're in. And then it doesn't follow the state guidelines, because it says on here, which is so interesting to me, when can all Orange County schools grades K to 12 reopen? According to state guidance, all Orange County schools and school districts may reopen for in-person instruction 21 days after Orange County moves to the state's red tier. This move occurs when if the county meets the state's metrics for case rates and test positivity rates. So I am concerned because our local health provider that we're supposed to be consulting on their own website contradicts themselves. I mean, it's not clear, are we in red or purple? And then it's contradicting what the state days are. So I continue to be, I go back and forth on this. I've talked to a few state legislators in our area and in other areas, and there isn't this general perception that a waiver is a bad idea. And I was kind of actually surprised by that it has become this very politicized thing, but it's not necessarily that. I've talked to both parties, and I was surprised to speak to a Democratic one that was like, well, yeah, why aren't all districts just doing the waiver? So in case something changes. I would prefer that we, in my opinion, I'm 100% for safety, and I want us to be following the testing protocols. And that is what is in the state framework, to really do a lot of surveillance testing, to test staff, to make sure everyone is really safe. I am not 100% certain that I can trust my local health authority, because even their website today is not accurate. So it just brings a lot of concerns to me. And from a majority of the parents that I speak to, they want their kids back on campus, but safely. So I would like us to do that as much as possible. Thanks.
I just want to, first of all, comment on the date, September 22nd. The date of September 22nd to reopen is very well established here in our county. And in my communications with the health officer directly, with my verification that I did with the Orange County Department of Education, legal counsel, September 22nd is very clear. So I just want to make sure that even though the wording and the analysis of that wording and how it applies casts some doubt, the date of September 22nd is very well established.
For now. Yeah, in case there's a spike. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have my hand up, then Trustee Black. I'm a data person and kind of want to understand the process. I will tell you that I spoke with the president of Irvine Unified. They are not applying for a waiver. Tustin did not apply for a waiver, although we were led to believe by several parents. They did not apply for a waiver, and I heard that from Tammy Bullard at Tustin Unified. Capistrano has applied for a waiver, but they have not submitted the application yet. Because they are meeting, they met on September 2nd to direct, to apply for the waiver. However, today they had their parent consultations, which is part of it. And they met 3 times today on September 10th, one in the morning, one at 1:30 and one at 5:30. So now they proceeded with that part of the application. So they have not submitted their application as of today, maybe tomorrow. But not as of today. So Superintendent Lee-Sung, can you put back the calendar and let me just help me walk me through this? So if we apply for a waiver tomorrow, could we apply? I guess the question is, could we apply for a waiver tomorrow?
No, with an affirmative vote tonight, you are so directing me to initiate the process to pursue the waiver.
Okay.
There are several steps that need to occur before a waiver is submitted.
Okay, so we have a number of steps, and it needs to be submitted. And we're scheduled to open on the 29th, and we have to, in the application, we have to state the date that we're applying for the waiver, correct? When we're going to be opening. Part of the application is tell us when you're going to be opening. So we're opening September 29th for our 22 elementary schools. Backing that up, because we have to do 14 days, we have to submit the application at least 14 days prior to our start of school. Is that not correct?
So again, I think this is a little awkward because the waiver is intended when your county is not open. So that's the context that the waiver was created. And so since we have a date already established, the county's coming off the list on September 22nd, it really makes this very strange. So the idea is that when you submit your waiver, the date you submit it, it needs to be at minimum 14 days out.
Okay.
So
that puts us at, regardless of whatever the date would be, if we took the 14 days, that would mean that we would have to submit the waiver by September 15th. Is that correct? That's 14 days before the 29th.
Yeah, but in this scenario, it's not going to stop us to reopen.
I know that. I know that. But for us to, if we wanted to submit a waiver, regardless of whether we can or cannot, the latest we can apply for a waiver is the 15th of September. Right? Because that's 14 days. So now the question is 14 days. My next question is between the 10th, which is today, is Thursday, and the 15th, which is a Tuesday, do you have time, and does your staff have time? I mean, the waiver is a 2-pager. It's a no-brainer. It's really a no-brainer, the actual application. It's all of the conditions that is involved. Do you have time, and does your staff have time to consult with 22 school districts or a group of parents? And it should be broad-based, so it's not just one zone coming in or, whatever, however you're going to do that, as well as continue to consult with our respective employee bargaining units. Do you physically have time to do that, as well as prepare for the opening of school on the 29th? Because we're opening, we just passed, we are opening school on the 29th, regardless of a waiver or not. And I guess that's the question I think we all have to ask ourselves is, what's the priority here?
Okay, so President Floor, I respect the question. Obviously there is much to do just to prepare for the opening of school, and that is going to be our focus as a district. However, I do respect the direction of the board that if this is an affirmative vote, and I am directed to do so, I will work diligently to go through the process. But I will state that we have 22 elementary schools, and the guidance does say consulting with parent organizations. We have 22 elementary schools. We have a parent advisory. We have DLAC groups. And I would want to make sure that the voice of the parents truly is heard. We've heard from a lot of parents via emails for and against, but I would want to make sure that I follow the intent of that process. And then, as you mentioned, the other step is to formally meet with both of our employee associations and consult with them and hopefully receive a level of support in order to move forward. So there is quite a bit of steps that would have to happen. But again, I don't want this to be about you know, me and my staff and the time, but we are focused on a lot of things right now, particularly opening school for the 29th now.
Great, thank you. Trustee Black.
Yeah, I understand the dilemma, and I read it as well. And I was in favor of doing a waiver earlier. I think it's kind of a moot point now, and that's my concern, is that, you know, we're going to open, and based on the guidelines, which I've read, and I have talked to other district board members, you know, like Martha said, and they're seeing kind of the handwriting on the wall too. Is it, you know, is it something should we just go ahead and do it just in case? And mostly to appease, you know, their parents. But I also agree with, you know, Vicki, because I do feel the responsibility if we go ahead with a waiver and something happens with the, you know, the county and the data, because we also have parents, you know, more than a big percentage that don't now trust the county numbers. And so it, you know, really isn't a win-win thing. But for us, I think us focusing on opening our schools and making sure, you know, that we have the safety protocols and that we really concentrate, you know, our efforts on that. But I wouldn't, if the majority of the board wants to move forward with a waiver, then I would be in favor of doing that. And I would try and help in any way I could. But my priority right now, my priority is to make sure that we are really safe and ready to open on the 29th. That is really important. And I think once we open and we get through the 22nd, as far as the county, how I'm understanding it, I think that at that point, I think it's kind of a moot point, especially if we continue, you know, to do our safety protocols, you know, and contact tracing and whatnot. And the new thing that I didn't know, Superintendent Lee Sung, is that we are mandated to test our employees, you know, under the guidance. And that's new to me. Even though I read it, I thought it meant all staff, you know, the entire district staff, you know, not just teachers. So that was another, you know.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not a mandate.
Okay.
Unless we have a situation at a particular site that the local health officer might require that.
Okay.
And guidance is a bit soft on that. And,
right.
and by the way, late breaking news, I understand that the state did or is about to release some new guidance on the testing, okay?
Right.
Because there was a lot of questions about exactly what that is.
Well, and I think that our district in general, like all districts and all schools in the nation, as well as in California and Orange County, I think we're taking on a lot of liability, and you know, for us to supersede those, you know, those agencies that are dealing with hopefully the science, and my confidence isn't there for that either, by the way, because they are switching gears. And I don't think we have real-time data. So I do worry about, you know, going back to what Mrs. Snell said, that 7 of us are going to make a decision, you know, on, you know, dipping our toe in waiver land. You know, when we feel we're okay, we don't, parents and students do not have to divulge that they were tested positive. We can't force that under the HIPAA laws. We don't know. Give that data to us, we don't know. And so we could potentially open ourselves up for, you know, pretty serious liability in the future. So I would like to kind of sort my own thoughts together and come back to the 22nd. But I will go along with the board if the board as a whole feels that strongly about it. And I know our, you know, our parents are looking to us to help, you know, get their kids back in school. But I think that we've taken a big step, and we've had a lot of work that we've done over the whole entire summer. Actually, since April, we've been discussing all of this and on how to do this properly. So I'm trying not to be wishy-washy, but I do have, I mean, I woke up at 2:30 in the morning last night going, oh my gosh, we had no idea. I don't remember what it was, but I woke up, you know, concerned that I'm not a scientist, you know, and it's changing, you know, and it doesn't matter what channel you watch on the TV. It doesn't matter what story or what newspaper you read. It's conflicting information. So I just feel that, you know, we're taking on too much, you know, liability. And I like the idea of our steadfast moving towards the 22nd. And if something radically happens, which by the way, it could based on Labor Day weekend, and something could change and move us out of it. And then we would be, I'm not sure they'd be issuing waivers by then, you know, because it seems like they're ready to move forward on the 22nd, all districts in the county.
Right, right.
So, and I think even if the numbers do come up, I think that the way that the, you know, the guidance is that we would be, you know, home free within the safety parameters by the 22nd. Does that make sense? A little wishy-washy, but.
Trustee Matoya, you have the finishing off the first round. Then we have, and I put it up, Yelsey, Bartow, and Snell on the next round. I would request that on the second round that we limit the conversation to questions versus opinion.
Oh, I got it.
Thank you. Not you. You're on the first round. I'm asking on the second round so that we can hone in on the decision by having some cogent conversations centered around the issues versus just, you know, stating opinion. So Trustee Matoya, that doesn't apply to you because you're in the first round of questions.
Well, my 25 minutes of discussion will start. Honestly, I feel that we've got a great plan to move forward. I've got a great plan to open up. We have a great plan to open up the week of the 29th for our littles. And this only affects the littles anyway, TK through 6. I am a quasi-scientist because I'm a biology major, but all that means is that I understand the big words that the CDC uses. And I am not a scientist, and we made a promise to our adults that we would not open up our schools unless it was safe. I think applying for a waiver says we know better than the people that have deemed that it's safe or not safe. So super easy. I don't think it's the right time to apply for a waiver. I want our district staff to put 100% of its efforts in opening school on the 29th in the safest, best way it possibly can. I'm done.
Thank you. Trustee Yelsey.
My question is, President Flora, you mentioned that CAPO was having 3 meetings today with their parent groups.
Correct.
So I assume that's on Zoom. It was all done in one day pretty quickly. Or maybe,
yeah.
I don't know, but it's being done today. So my question is, could we do that? Or could we, you know, we talk about parent surveys all the time. Can we send a survey out to parents? That would be quick and easy. You could do it to parents, you could do it to parent groups, you could do it to PTA, DLAC, the main big groups, if you want to get the leadership in the schools instead of just random parents. However we wanted to do that. I still feel, yeah, it's a moot point. We're gonna start opening on the 29th. But I still want the local control because I don't guarantee that things will not change in the future. And there may be an outbreak or in the county that has nothing to do with our district, and they could change the guidelines for that. So I still favor going with it. But those are recommendations if we were going to go after a waiver and wanted to get parent groups quickly. Thank you.
Trustee Yelsey, I just want to respond to your question. Yes, this is the letter that went out from Kristen Vital. It says, we understand that families, there's a whole thing about when they did it. We understand that families have many questions about our reopening plan, our health and safety protocols, and the waiver process. In an effort to share this information and answer your questions, we have scheduled 3 45-minute webinars. Each webinar will have the same presentation. September, they had one at 10 a.m. today, one at 3 p.m. today, and one at 5:30. But it was, you know, it's a presentation. So that's it. And they're opening, they're scheduled to open on the 28th of September.
Okay, my hand was up for questions. Here are my 3 questions. Can you please clarify, Superintendent Lee-Sung, that the date that we can apply by is not the 15th, but it is the 22nd? That is the date that they stop accepting applications as of currently. Is that correct?
They have not made an announcement of when they're going to stop accepting applications. Just in my communication with the health officer, he acknowledged the fact that after we're reopened as a county and reopened as a school, there is no, the waiver is no longer necessary. So he has not made that official announcement, so I can't verify that's exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, so then that goes to my next question, which is, can we be 100% certain that without the waiver, we can open on the 29th, given that the framework has changed twice during this process? That I know you spoke with them, and I know that I need clarification on that.
Right. So the county is set to come off of the, or let me rephrase it this way. The county is set to be eligible for all Orange County schools to be open on the 22nd. And I know there was some concern about, well, we just had Labor Day. Is that going to cause us to slip back or slip to the purple tier again? And that's why I made the point that the new system is a slower system. So 3 bad days or even a bad week is not going to affect that. It has to be 2 weeks of bad data that would or could affect us. But remember, you got to stay on a tier for 3 weeks. So it's a much slower system. And that's in the rules, but also emphasized by the Orange County Health Officer. So I don't think we have to worry about that part because it doesn't move that fast.
Right, unless the rules change, which we're already in a lower percentage than the initial rules would have us allowed to reopen under anyway. So that's the thing. Yeah, that's concerning that we can still be even lower and still get pushed out. Okay, my last question is just more of a challenge to the board, is why we think we're certifying this waiver, why we think we're the scientists on this. We aren't. This information is certified by the county health department and the state, who are scientists. So I think I guess I challenge the idea that we are saying we know better, because fundamentally we're requesting confirmation from the state and the county.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I think it's Trustee Snell, and I didn't see any hands, but there may be, then Trustee Anderson after that.
Okay, well, if we boil this down, the advantage of getting the waiver is, or the only advantage I can see of getting the waiver, correct me if I'm wrong, is that should we go back into purple, we would be able to stay open. Correct?
No.
No.
The waiver, and hopefully I
thought you said that earlier. If we went back into purple, we didn't have the 5%, we didn't have the 25% of the district, but the county went back into purple. If we have the waiver, we can still stay in school.
It has nothing to do with the waiver. It has nothing to do with the waiver. Once we reopen the school and the county moves to purple here, the waiver does not affect that. What affects the closure of the school is that particular school's situation.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Okay, what I meant to say was, the only advantage of the waiver is that if the county goes back into purple, because we have the waiver in our district, our elementary schools could remain open.
No.
No, that's not the case. After the
Then
22nd.
What is the advantage of the waiver?
Well,
currently,
yeah,
that's what you said, and I could swear that's what it was in your.
So the waiver does not save us or affect us. It doesn't hurt us. It doesn't help us. As soon as we're open, it doesn't help us. What I hear people saying is that in case the rules change and we have a waiver, that may help us to stay open if the rules change. Okay, so there's a lot of assumptions there, but there's another assumption there as well, that they're not going to change the rule on what the waiver does or doesn't do.
Okay, you know, I don't want to argue with this about this with you because I'm tired too, but I'm going to ask you to put your presentation back up.
Sure.
And let's see, it wasn't that many pages, but it was,
There it is right there. It's that
where?
last page. It's the last page.
A last page, I'm sorry.
There.
Oh. Okay. Once reopening of schools occur, the four-tier system driven by does not cause an individual school or district to close with or without an elementary closure of schools to by the number of, okay. I apologize. I could swear that you said that if the county went back into purple, that with our elementary waiver, we could remain open as long as we didn't, you know.
The waiver does not help us. The only thing the waiver was intended to do is that if county, your entire county is closed, ineligible to open, okay, then.
Okay, then I'm really confused about why people want to get this, because it completely even more makes no sense. It doesn't really buy you anything, and well, anyway, so my question is moot, because I was going to ask if people were willing to make the decision to remain in school, even if the health department considered that we shouldn't remain in school. So, but okay.
It does not help us. It's just in case the rules change down the road, there's an assumption that the waiver would help us have local control to make our own decisions. But even that's an assumption that the rules of the waiver is intact.
Because they can change the waiver rules as well. Okay.
That's an unknown as well.
Thank you for indulging me. Because I would have bet $100 on that one. Don't get the local control bit then. Okay.
Oh, you're on mute again, Mrs. Flor.
Sorry. Trustee Anderson.
Oh, thought it was Bartow. Yeah, so just to clarify, for me, because the date has changed multiple times, my reason for thinking that this, well, I'm not giving an opinion. So the date has changed more than once already. There's really not a big downside for applying for it and not having to use it. So my thinking is, why not have it in case there's a spike in a part of the county that is not close to us, and we still would be able to open our schools when we want them to if our numbers continue to decline. So really, I don't, and I've talked to our superintendent. There's not really a downside. There's a bit of time for filling out the waiver, which is 2 pages, and then the documentation that goes with it, and then doing some of the parent, the consultation, and then of course consultation with our labor association. So for me, there's not necessarily a downside to it. So I would like to at least have it in my back pocket. That's all.
Okay, Trustee Yelsey.
Yeah, I think we pushed this can down the road. We should have done this weeks ago, and I would like to call for the question.
All right, question's been called. The vote ends. So the question is, 7B is to approve direction to superintendent to pursue a TK through 7 elementary waiver for reopening. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but just to clarify, we're approving TK through 6 elementary waiver.
Yeah, it says TK through 6 elementary waiver.
Oh,
that's the only
okay.
waiver you can apply for.
I was going to correct that too. You said 7. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, TK through 6. Okay, so roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
No.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
No.
Trustee Matoye?
No.
Okay, motion carries 7-0. I mean, I'm sorry, 4-3. So with that, I think you have the direction. Superintendent Lee Sung, I hope that on September 15th, you will provide us with the plan and the proposal to reopen. Is that how you're the application that things will be done by the 15th, 16th? When do you plan on having this completed?
Yeah, President Floor, that I'm not going to have the process finished in 2 days. I will prepare a plan and I will share that with the board.
Okay. So I guess the question is, do we have time to, well, it's already done. You're going to apply for it regardless of whether we meet the deadline or not, correct?
Again, the 15th is not a deadline. Our date of opening on September 29th is unaffected by our application of the waiver.
I don't disagree with you, but the application itself requires 14 days prior to our opening.
Again, our opening date of the 29th, it has nothing to do with the waiver. When I submit the waiver, it will be some, I don't know. It'll be some date in the future. So to be determined, maybe.
If you could just provide us with an update on the 15th, obviously you don't need to have it by then because that's 3 days from now.
I want to be real clear because the directions on the website say questions about the process, applications, and all supporting documents should be submitted to the T-6 waiver at least 14 days prior to the desired opening date, period. Signed, Clayton Chow. So I'm reading from that says, and then it says, we'll review it and it's going to take about 14 days. So I'm looking at this and I'm reading and trying to get my hands around a 14-day, and the 15th is the deadline that we need to, according to this, unless Clayton's going to waffle a little bit. So I just want to be clear on that. Okay, so we're done. Trustee Black, you're on mute.
Okay, so what I understand, Superintendent Lee Sung, that nothing is going to preclude us from opening on the 29th as long as the county is still clear on the 22nd and we get the go ahead to move forward. And I believe it's a moot point, but I would also want us to focus on that. And I understand what President Floor is saying, but I believe that, we can start contacting our parent groups at the sites, and that would also give us another excuse to connect with our parents as well, at the time, so that they can, give us some feedback on what's going on and, whether they're in favor of it. But for me, I think we just move forward on, it's as if we're going to be approved on the 22nd, which I believe we will. Does that make sense? Because you really have glassed over.
I'm going to move forward with the process
right
diligently as I can, and I'll give the board an update. It's not going to start opening on the 29th.
Okay.
That's all I can say at this point.
Okay, I appreciate that, by the way.
Should I make a motion to close the meeting? What do we have? Do we have anything else? Are we good? You're on mute.
Leave her on mute.
I need a motion. I'm sorry, I had it on mute. I need a motion to adjourn, please.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Trustee Anderson moved. Trustee Yelsey seconded. Is it a roll call, or can we just do how do we do this? Where's Rosie? Rosie, you want to call roll call?
I'll call roll call. Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 7-0. We adjourn at 10:12. Do we need any signatures, Rosie, tomorrow?
No signatures. Thanks for checking.
Thank you so much. We will see you on Thursday.